Good morning. The pardon board is called to order. Today is Tuesday, December 17th, 2024. The time is 9:03 a.m. Would the secretary please call the roll?
Shira,
Present.
Chucky Tillis,
Here.
Carolyn Stapleton,
Here.
Pete Freeman,
Present.
Steve Prater.
Present.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. We will allow public comment on, upon request before any action item. Our first item under regular business is review and approval of the minutes from Monday, December 16th, our regular meeting. Is there any corrections to the minutes that were included in your packet? We'll entertain a motion.
Okay, Madam Chair, I move to approve the minutes from the December 16th meeting as presented.
I second.
We have a motion by Mrs. Stapleton, second by Mr. Tillis, to approve the minutes for Monday, December 16th, 2024 as presented. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. Our next item under regular business is consideration of the applications for clemency or pardon. Mr.
I have a motion to make, Madam Chairman. In the interest of efficiency for today's lengthy docket, I move to invoke the 3-minute rule today for all speakers, both in favor and in opposition.
We have a motion by Mr. Freeman. Is there a second?
A second.
We have a second by Mr. Prater to invoke the 3-minute rule for all persons speaking both in favor and in opposition. Any discussion? Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, we'll invoke the 3-minute rule today. All right, we are ready for our first case, Mr. Bolin. Good morning. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
I'm John A. Bolin. I'm at 35105 Live Oak Village Road in Denham Spring, Louisiana, 71706.
Thank you. And counsel, would you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. May it please the board, Lori Palmentier here representing Mr. Bolin this morning.
Okay. And I don't know if they've explained the process. Let me just go over it real quickly. I'll read some identifying information into the record and ask you to verify that information. And then we'd like for you, Mr. Bolin, to tell us, what got you here and why are you asking for a pardon with restoration of firearms? And why do you think we ought to vote favorably? After we hear from you, we'd like for your attorney to make her presentation, and then we'll start our interview with you. Okay, you ready? All right. Mr. Bolin, let me find you on Mr. Bolin, your DOC number is 108238. You're here this morning seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in East Baton Rouge Parish, the 19th Judicial District, in November of 1984 for an armed robbery conviction, and you received a 6-year sentence. Is that information correct, sir? Okay. Would you tell us what got you here and why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms?
I guess most things were, I know I got a first offender pardon, which kind of restored most of my life. I would like to go hunting with my nephew and my brother, if that's possible. But I also want to be made whole as best I can. I'm not the same person 4 years ago, for sure. Anyways, I would like to be made whole. So, and that's part of the process of being made whole.
So why do you think we ought to vote favorably?
Favorably?
Fine.
Well, I'm not sure. I think that I've shown that I've become a productive so I'm a better brother, I'm a better son.
Well, I'll tell you what, Ms. Palmentier, why don't you make your presentation?
I'm happy to do so. And as the board is aware, John filed his application. It's been some time ago, back in 2021. And when he hired me, and over that time, I've had the opportunity to get to know John. And there's one thing that I have learned, and that is that if anyone's deserving of clemency, it is John. He has a long, and I know I'm limited on how much time I have with the board. And I will probably, look to my notes to stay on track. However, 40 years is a really long time to go through all of the accolades and accomplishments that he's been able to do in the last 40 years. Madam Chairman, said a few moments ago, he was arrested on May 27th of 1984. He was only 23 years old. He had robbed a 7-Eleven with a steak knife for a mere $38. At the time of the incident, John was extremely intoxicated. He was on drugs. And just a few months later in September, he pled guilty to armed robbery. So after that, in November, he was sentenced to 6 years at hard labor without benefit of probation, parole, or suspension of sentence. He did all of that voluntarily. He took culpability for his actions at that time. He remained in prison until the end of January of 1988, when he was released from Hunt, and then he remained on parole with no incidents while in custody until May of 1990, when he was released. He's seeking a full pardon with restoration of full gun rights. And he successfully completed all conditions of his sentence, and his period of parole was terminated satisfactorily. In August of 1990, as John mentioned, he received his first offender pardon letter with regard to the matter. His full rights of citizenship were restored with the exception of the firearm rights. So with the exception of a few traffic tickets, which I think all of us can relate, he's had a stellar record since his release. He's had absolutely no run-ins with the law, or participated in any criminal activity for that matter. He's remained arrest and conviction free since his release. While prior to his incarceration, as I mentioned, John was an alcoholic and drug user who had began binge drinking at the age of 14 years old. It led him down a really dark path, and it was full of bad decisions that culminated with him being in jail. While he was incarcerated, he found Christ. He's a man of God. Still is to this day. I don't know if y'all had an opportunity to read through the attachments that we submitted along with the application, but he's very involved in AA. And I know that I have not ever appeared in front of this board, with the exception of Chairman Renatza. However, I know I'm familiar with the previous board members, and I know that it's very important that once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. 40 years later, John is here in front of you. He's still participating in AA. He's a sponsor to others. He's involved with his sponsor. He's not had a drop of alcohol or any drugs since he was incarcerated and found God and found AA. He also received his GED while he was in custody, began taking HVAC courses. He's once he was released, he continued with that education and training. He's received his license through the Board of Contractors for mechanical contractor. He's received a certificate of education for the residential heating, AC, and refrigeration from Baton Rouge Regional Technical Institute. He's known in the community to flip residential and commercial properties. He's had several jobs in heating and air. He's currently the owner of his own company, Home Care 360. He showed a consistent pattern of responsibility since his release some 36 years ago. He's known by his friends to be willing to help people in need through either financial means or providing food, clothing, services to help repair. He's given back to the community in a number of different ways. He's created, he has a love for dogs, and he's created he's volunteered in foster dogs, even created a doggy camp service. He's participated in Rescue Rehome Repeat of South Louisiana. He's participated and volunteered with Dante's Hope. As he mentioned, he has a strong relationship with his family, especially with his nephew, who he really wants to go hunting with and live that life. And in closing, I will say that my final statements, unless you would like me to reserve them.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. 40 years ago, Mr. Bolin had an issue with drugs and alcohol, and with the help of God, AA, NAA, he's found direction in his life. He's worked and he's been a contributing member of society without any other incident whatsoever. He's a pillar in our community. He's a business owner, a dog lover, a volunteer, and a friend to those around him. He's generous and caring, and we are respectfully requesting this board to grant his request for a recommendation of clemency with full restoration of gun rights. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Bolin, your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater. He'll take the lead on any interview questions.
All right, just I like to say this so that people that might be listening and might not be here understand, but we have an extensive amount of information, and we've all of us read through it. So there's more than just this words that you're hearing there that we looked at. And I appreciate you being in AA. I think that's great for this long. I cannot imagine. Anyway, I've had a substance abuse problem, but I respect you very much for continuing that. There's one thing that stood out that I just want to be comfortable with. It's got a place in the application where it says, are you under doctor's care? Are you seen a doctor or anything like that? And in 2021, you mentioned 2 doctors that you saw. I don't want you to have to go into a lot of detail, but it's important for our decision that I know that there's not any red flags there, if you know what I'm saying. How can you assure this board that all's well?
Yeah, okay, I understand that, yeah, completely. I guess my relationship with God is the most important thing. I've come this far, so without any issue, without any need to escape reality with any drug, alcohol, or behavior.
Can you tell me more about the visits of those psychologists where you were going, what the basis of it was for, and what the outcome? So there was a diagnosis.
There was a diagnosis of depression. I've been on a mild depressant ever since. I think I regularly, I see my doctor once a year regularly in checkups. I don't see the psychologist. I don't see a need for that anymore. But my primary care doctor, I'm seeing that. So, I guess the concern would be that I would hurt others or myself. I guess that's the main concern. I don't think there's I've never had a tendency to want to go. Basically, what happened to me in '84 was just to hurt myself.
Yes, sir. I don't really expect you to get into all of that.
Okay.
The depression, and that's such a common thing with people these days. That's all I wanted to really hear, unless not any further than that. That's
I think what John is trying to articulate to the board is, yes, he's been suffering from depression, or he has in the past. He's medicated, he's being treated, and along with the other 95% of America, he he's not gonna stick his head in the sand about it. He's addressing issues like an adult. He's a 63-year-old man who is taking every step for himself. And I can tell you that when you're looking at his risk of recidivism, John is gonna be a safe bet. He is, and I will put my reputation on it. As I've gotten to know him, I'm proud to stand here and represent John. And, I think he's paid, his restitution, he's completely rehabilitated. And if, I don't think that there was any victim opposition. However, I can tell you that if the victim was here, he would cry like a baby. And he's very remorseful, and it's not gonna be an issue in the future.
Okay. But we wouldn't have even known that had you not been honest enough to put it down, and 99% of the people would not have put it down, probably, so,
Appreciate it.
okay. I don't have any other questions.
Any questions? All right, I don't see any other questions. For your information, in the record, there is no expressed opposition.
Oh,
So I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Prater?
Yes, ma'am. I think 40 years and been active in AA for that length of time, and the explanation of what he said, which is like everybody else is always most of America. I vote for full pardon with restoration.
Mr. Freeman?
Due to his cleansing period of over 40 years and his work in the community, my vote is also to grant with full restoration of pardon, my recommendation.
Yeah.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur also.
And Mr. Bolin, I agree. So on your behalf, sir, we'll make the recommendation for a pardon with restoration of firearms to Governor Landry. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Up to the podium. Morning. So, Mr. Higginbotham, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
I'll be hitting on 349 Cook Point Road. That's Watford, like once. Louisiana, USA, 71375.
Okay, thank you, sir. You have with you Renee Brown with Mount Zion First Baptist. He wants to speak on your behalf. We'll ask for his comments in just a moment.
Thank you.
First, Mr. Higginbotham, let me just read some identifying information into the record. Mr. Higginbotham, your DOC number is 569228. You're here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You you were sentenced in the 6th Judicial District, Tensaw Parish, February of 2011 for the offense malfeasance in office and theft of goods $500 or more, and you received a 7-year sentence. Mr. Higginbotham, is that information correct?
Except for the sentence. Sentence was actually 19 months.
Yeah, you have to speak up a little bit. I show malfeasance in office of 5 years hard labor, theft of goods, 7 years hard labor.
Well, I think that the judge suspended.
Yeah, but it's still part of your sentence. I understand. So, sir, why don't you tell us before we start our interview, before we hear from Mr. Brown in our interview process, we'd like for you to tell us why you're here, what got you here, and why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms?
Well,
You have to speak loudly so we can all hear.
okay. I'm here because I was in the civil department. I'm a productive member of the business community. I operate my company as a staffing group. And for people all over the country who still do not at this point. I do a lot of work with the US government. And there are some places I cannot go on federal facilities because of the conviction. So, in an effort to try to expedite my ability to do more than the US government and to go into federal reservations and things like that, it's helpful if I could get this conviction overturned with the pardon. And I can possibly employ more people in other key places around the country. At present, all of the facilities that I work with are on federal reservation, but I can't go on the reservation itself.
Tell us about the crime. Why are you here?
Well, they convicted me saying that I stole a raise. And there's no such thing as stealing a raise. And I know that I here to litigate the case itself, but I told the court that all raises were approved by the board, including theirs at the same time I was approved. But the problem was we couldn't find the records. And because I was not the record keeper, that was the clerk. So I couldn't prove it because I couldn't find the record. And of course, the board member said that yes, they did approve their rate, but they didn't approve mine. So of course I disagree with that. I did, the case was set aside by the Second Circuit in the first round. And so they asked for it to be heard. So they heard it and added 2 more members to the circuit. And they got 1 more vote that I needed to sustain the original conviction. Not the conviction, but to sustain. Set aside. Now, fees and all that, I'm not sure at this point even what that means. I didn't do anything that was wrong. I have the time. Time for it, but a lot of this was political information, and I'm not good at politics, but it is what it is. I have worked pretty much all my life and I'm trying to help people. Back in my company's heyday, we employed some 10,000 people in 12 states in the District of Columbia. Now we're a lot smaller now because with the problems I had, it caused some problems with my business. But I've overcome a lot of that today to move my business forward. And I think that there are a lot of staff people who work for me who would get some judgments about if they had the ability to do so, that we are in a position to try to help more people. And if I get to part of it.
Can we hear from Mr. Brown? What would you like us to know?
Good morning.
Morning.
I didn't hear the question.
Just what would you like us to know about, Mr. Higginbotham?
First and foremost, I've had the privilege of knowing him I moved here 18 years ago. He showed up at the church that I pastored. I did not know him, but I knew about him because my mother taught him. And my mother had specifically said that he was her smartest student, her best student. So that's how we really came to know each other. He had been in the church several years before I realized who he was. So once I realized who he was, then we made ourselves acquainted with each other. And that's when I became a little more knowledgeable about his situation. And I tried to start trying to help him to deal with this situation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So Mr. Higginbotham, your case has been assigned to Mr. Friedman. He'd like to, well, he'll take the lead on the interview questions. Come back, go ahead, please.
Okay, Mr. Higginbotham, did you pay the $67,000 back?
I did.
Okay. And the credit card was in your name, correct?
There was a mine in the town. It's a town.
Okay, because it says y'all didn't have enough credit, so you got it in your name.
Well, it was mine in the town, but I had to sign it.
Did you use the credit card to go to Las Vegas, Chicago, President's inauguration?
I did not.
So you did not use that card for that?
Sure.
So they just alleging that? So tell me, what do you think you did wrong, if anything?
Would not submit to the powers to be in the parish. Power to be in the parish felt threatened by me, I guess. But there was no reason for them to feel threatened by me because I'm not threatening anybody. You know, I've never carried a firearm. I've had one, but I've never carried one. I've never had an opportunity to go hunt with one, but that's not what I do. I had a low 22 that I never used. I had a friend of mine who was an FBI agent. He gave me a 38, but I was so afraid of the weapons that I was afraid that my children might get exposed to it. So I actually disassembled the weapon. And I was a friend of mine who said, well, if you're going to disassemble a weapon, you know, you need to have it because if somebody breaks in, they're not going to assemble it to defend yourself. So you know, I'm not really concerned about the ability to have a firearm because I don't like firearms.
Right. Okay. When did your supervision end?
I think it was November of 16, I believe.
Okay. All right, and I just want to note for the record that you have strong opposition from the sheriff and the DA, but the current mayor, I don't know if he still is the current mayor, but when this investigation was done, he was unopposed to you getting your the pardon today. So with that, I have no further questions.
May I go back to just the sheriff and the DA being opposed to it? That's what I spoke about the political part. Now, if you check my record, there's nothing in my record before this or after this
I'll see that.
Why would they be opposed to it? And I'm a businessman in the community, employing people at this point in several states around the nation right now. Why would they be opposed to it? Because it's political. You know, those, with the sheriff now it's been replaced, but they felt that being a man of color and having an advanced degree is a problem. I'm not a problem to or for anybody. Because like I said, my entire career, I have worked to help people. I worked when I got out of graduate school, I worked at a Wall Street bank. Actually, one of the worked for Xerox. And I worked for Hibernian Bank, with the Texas Commerce Bank in Houston, and Federal Bank. You know, sometimes people have issues with you because you're not stupid. And you know, and of course, you can't solve stupidity, but you can solve ignorance, you know, with education. So my point is, and I'm sure they probably didn't tell you why they're opposed to it. I don't have a traffic ticket or any of that, not even a parking ticket. So I'm a contributor to the community.
I can tell you what the sheriff says. Sheriff Jones states he is vehemently opposed to any consideration for pardon with restoration of powers, Mr. Higginbotham. Sheriff Jones states Higginbotham crimes he has been arrested and convicted of show he has absolutely no regard for the law. Higginbotham was an elected official who took oath that evidently didn't mean anything to him. So that's his reasoning for denying it, and that doesn't seem political to me.
Well, you have to understand the politics of the area. And my position is that it doesn't matter what they say. You know, there are a lot of people who are convicted of crimes who are not guilty of those crimes. And to me, I understand politics of that area. I'm not an expert, but I understand it. Because there are things that were done to me in my administration there that was not done by others. For example, we couldn't get any money from the DA for law enforcement. So we had to go out and raise money, collect money ourselves to run the department. They provided funds from the DA's office for the town before I got there and after I left, not while I was there. And that's a matter of fact. Okay. So all I'm saying to you is that, yeah, they have their reasons, but I have not been a threat to that community or another community.
I have no further questions, Madam Chair.
Mr. Frank, I'm confused about the credit card and what it says that you said and you paid them back. And whether, let's start without the credit card. It says that you informed auditors you incurred personal expenses totaled $1,076 for a rental vehicle and air travel during 2008 to Chicago and to Las Vegas, April 11th. Records indicate that town funds were used to pay for the trips. Higginbotham stated he would reimburse the town for the monies used for personal purposes. Did you use town money for personal purposes?
Did not.
Then this is, whoever wrote this, they're mistaken.
Obviously they are, because I didn't use it at town when that, I don't even recall going to Chicago about a year.
Did you ever reimburse the town for any monies?
Yeah. whatever I use in excess of what we were purchasing at the time, I reimburse them. But there are certain expenses that we were authorized to make.
Okay. It. I may reserve the right to ask another question in a few minutes after I read this, but this it doesn't jive with what you're saying at all.
I'm sure it doesn't. There are a lot, my whole conviction doesn't jive with what they say in there either.
Yes, but this is written by probation and parole. And I don't think they have anything against you. Okay, I may come back and ask another question, but I'm really confused.
Any questions?
I'd like to call the executive session.
All right. We have a motion for executive session by Mr.
Second.
Ellis. We have a second by Mr. Freeman. Could you call the roll, please?
Gerald Johnson,
Yes.
Chuck Tillett,
Yes.
Carolyn Stapleton,
Yes.
Steve Freeman,
Yes.
Dean Prater.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Higginbotham, we're going to be in executive session for just a few moments to discuss confidential matters.
Make a motion, we go back into regular session.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Prater, second by Mrs. Stapleton. Is there any objection? All right, we'll be back in regular session. It's 9:45 a.m. So are there, Mr. Higginbotham, you want to step back up to the podium? Is there any additional questions for Mr. Higginbotham? I don't see any other questions, so I think we're prepared to vote. And we'll start with Mr. Freeman.
Yeah, it's a very, tough case. You do a lot for your community, which everyone appreciates. You hire a lot of people. But it was 8 years ago since you got off of supervision. You take no responsibility for any wrongdoing, which we're not here to try cases, but it obviously held up through court. So, my vote today would be to deny, need a longer cleansing period and law enforcement opposition.
Mr. Tillis,
I concur.
Mrs. Stapleton,
I concur.
Mr. Prater.
I concur.
And Mr. Higginbotham, I do agree. Generally, we like to see a 10-year cleansing period after you finish with the sentence, which is when you get off of supervision. So you're a little short of that. If you have the opportunity, you can reapply at such time as it's been 10 years. Thank you for the service work that you do in your community and throughout the country. Really, thank you. Introduce yourself, tell us your name and your current mailing address, please.
My name is Luke Gibson. I live at 1411 Highway 584, Radio, Louisiana.
And your zip,
My
zip code.
71269.
So let me read some identifying information. Oh, first, let me acknowledge you have a guest, your wife, Suwana, and you want to speak on his behalf, so we're going to call on you shortly. Okay. Mr. Gibson, your DOC number is 556606. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were convicted in the 5th Judicial District, Richland Parish. In August of 2009, you were sentenced to 5 years for second-degree battery and possession of a controlled dangerous substance. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Gibson, would you take a moment and tell us what led you here? Why were you involved in criminal activity? Why did you, why do you need a pardon with restoration of firearms, and why should we vote for you today?
I'm sorry, I'm really nervous.
It's okay.
Really, really nervous. Many years ago, I was on drugs. I experienced pills and I had a bad attitude. I used to love the body. At least I thought I did. And it got me in a lot of trouble. I ended up losing my kids, lost my house, got out of jail, went to ministry school. As soon as I graduated ministry school, I don't think I was home 4 days, and I went to another ministry school. Got home, got custody of my kids. I worked for American Ukraine. Right now, I'm going to school for my CDL license. All of this goes with, I have a position at the sheriff's department with them.
Right. So could we hear from Ms. Gibson?
My name is Sawan Gibson. I've been married to Luke since 2019. I've known him 10 years or more. He's been a very big involvement in my kid's life. At the moment, he's very involved with our church. He has overcome medical issues to get back to being able to work. He's very active with our children's FFA. 2 of our boys show animals for their FFA. One of them is the vice president of the FFA, and he attends everything that he's not off working for when he's in town and not at a job in another state or another parish. Then he attends everything. He's very active in their schooling. He has not been in any trouble as long as I have known him. He has worked to stay clean, to keep custody of the kids, and to be a good example. And I think that he's nowhere near where he was when he was involved in drugs to get into all that.
Thank you. We appreciate your remarks. Mr. Gibson, your case is going to sign to Mrs. Stapleton. She'll take the lead on the interview.
I can understand you being nervous. I'd be nervous too. I know there's a lot on the line. Well, we understand. Let me ask you something. Okay, so you say in your statement that y'all just, that these guys were coming over and picking on the kids and that they were drunk. Is that,
Yes, ma'am.
and you weren't drunk, right?
No, ma'am, it was out in front of the trailer park. We had my brother and played football with all the other kids.
Mm-hmm.
I had a lot of kids come to my house. They didn't know that person. They just come to our house and they had me into us. So that in particular, these guys were my friends at the time. They really small. We asked them not to do it, and we got violent and did it.
Okay, so you're saying that you got in trouble because you have martial arts experience, but the report says that it was because you used brass knuckles on the other guy and the ambulance had to be called because of a head injury.
Mm.
That's what the police report says. No ambulance was called?
Yes, ma'am, that was just,
And so what was his injury?
he had staples to the face.
He had what, I'm sorry?
Staples to the face.
Staples to the face, well, how did he get that?
Honestly.
You punched him with your fist or your foot, because you said martial arts? Your fist? And he had to have staples to his face. Well, they said that the deputy said he saw you in the bathroom washing the blood off your hands.
Yes, sir.
But you're just saying it was hands and no brass knuckles. Okay, is it, they're saying that's why it was the aggravated charge. Now, let me ask you this, so you're on probation and you get revoked. So what's the deal with that?
When I got revoked, there was a couple of guys up in town, pulled a gun on me and my brother. We should have never stopped. We didn't stop and, with drinking. And we got into a fight. I got into a
There was another fight. How old were you? What was your age?
I want to say that was 15 years ago.
So how old were you? You're in your early 20s when all this is taking place. So then I read that the court ordered the defendant probation extended from August 5th, 2014 to August 5th, 2015, and added a special condition to his probation that he enroll and complete the Teen Challenge program. So tell me about that, because I was confused. I thought you were in your 20s too, but how does Teen Challenge fit in with somebody in their 20s?
Teen Challenge is, it's not necessarily based on teens. There
Okay.
are different groups.
Okay.
But the program is named Teen Challenge. It started out for teens 50 years ago, and then it gradually moved up for adults with anger issues, drug issues, just a multiple different types of issues. And they don't use 12-step programs, they use God and Jesus. It's brought me a long way. Brought me my family.
So while you were in there, were you able to get clean from drugs, do you feel?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I got clean from drugs when I was incarcerated in jail. And I had a pastor that knew me that was coming to minister in that jail. And he had offered me a program, and I told him that I'd be interested in something that I could do before I go home. So I ended up going into that program. And when I left that program, I went home for a couple of days, and I joined the New Creation Ministry in the Bolin. And I graduated that program early because it's based off the Teen Challenge. They got the same schoolwork that we do. So I then completed all of it when I went to England. So I graduated like a month or two early. And I came home. I got a job. I was walking 6 miles a day one way to work. I ended up buying me a bicycle. I started riding one way every day, 6 miles one way. After that, I got me a house. And then I got custody of my kids, and then I got a truck. And then a couple of years after that, we in Swan. And then I adopted her kids and she adopted.
Okay. I don't have any more questions, I don't believe. Anyone
All right,
else?
any other questions?
I have one. What was the nature of the carnal knowledge offense? What was that about?
I went to go visit my mom, it was a long time ago. Somebody seen me, said that they had sex with me. I just pulled into that trailer park with my brother. We were living with my uncle. He worked for the Baton Rouge, I don't know, the sheriff's department, police department at the time. Some girl said that I was having sex with her. Come to find out, she was having sex with her dad, and she needed to push it off.
Okay, I saw there was no conviction.
Well, I just got here and that night. They called.
Okay. That's all I got.
When was the last day you were on probation or parole under supervision of the state of Louisiana?
I don't remember, sir, it's been a while. I had a stroke 6 years ago.
Okay, well, the record shows August of 2015, and it says approximately. And I heard just a minute ago something about your parole being extended a year.
I went through ministry school, that's the reason why it was extended.
Why it got extended?
Yes, sir, because I wasn't around him at the time. I was in the program, so they extended it for me when I got out of the program, being able to do something.
So if I said that you were still under supervision in 2015, that would be an accurate statement.
Yes, sir.
The reason I say that is because it's normally the policy of our board not to grant paroles where it's not, I said the policy, it's not really the policy. I'll just say it this way, we like to see 10 years prior to being off of supervision of any kind before you grant a pardon is what I'm trying to spit out here, which is difficult. So, and that's why I was so curious for that 2015 deal.
Well, my probation,
You had already graduated, I met you at 13.
or none of I was off, either in between 14 and 15, I can't even get that.
Well, the record says on April 3rd, 2013, the defendant, you appeared for a revocation hearing in open court with your attorney to answer the probation violations. The court ordered the defendant's probation extended from August 5th, 2014 to August 5th, 2015, and added a special condition to his probation that you enroll and complete the teen challenge program. So it was 2015. And it was extended because of the violations, according to this record. So the reason you're seeking is basically for the firearms restoration.
Yes, well, I've lost out on a lot of jobs through this, like right at home. Then I've got job offers through the detention center and the sheriff's department, and my entire family are advocate out there. I'm the only one in my family that can't go to beer camp. Can't watch my kids go to Thursday.
All right, thank you, sir. Any other questions?
You understand you could bow hunt.
I was too scared to take a chance.
All right, I don't see any other questions. You were prepared to vote, Mrs. Stapleton?
Yes, sir. You know that you can come back, okay? Don't let this be discouraging, but because of the 10-year cleansing period, I'm gonna have to vote no today. But I really want you to come back because I know you're doing good with your life, and I wouldn't have any problems later. So today I'm going to deny it. It's within that 10-year period, and that's why.
Mr. Craig?
I concur with that, and we're catching up with these, so I don't know when you applied for this, but it's been several years since you applied for this pardon. But the backlog, we're working extra hard, and the staff is working very, very diligently to try to catch up on these hearings, so it shouldn't be as long. But I want to see that, I want to see in this particular case, 10 years of good, perfect behavior since any kind of supervision before I vote for it. So having said all that, my vote is to deny.
Mr. Freeman?
I concur, but mine's mainly due to the criminal history with all the violence. I definitely want to see a little bit longer time of no fighting, no nothing. Okay,
Yes,
but I do agree with them. You are doing excellent. Please keep up the good work. Get you a good crossbow. They can shoot 75, 80 yards.
So John telling me that song or something.
And you, I think you'll be fine.
Concur.
All right, you've gotten 4 votes to deny your application based on, well, Mr. Freeman, you know, the criminal history and the violent history. But with encouragement, reapply after a 10-year cleansing period. So today your application's been denied. Go to the sporting goods store and do what you want to do. Good luck.
Starbucks Academy.
Yep.
Got a sale going on.
Good morning, sir. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
I'm sorry, it's very hard to hear you. My
Your
name,
name, yeah, and I'm a little hoarse. Your name and current mailing address.
my name is KLAY MONDELLO. I live at 1914 Sligo Road, Osier City.
All right, and let me acknowledge the guests you have here with you today. We have the DA Julie Jones here in support, Representative Dennis Bamberg also in support, and Joshua Bounds, a friend, also in support. All of whom have expressed a desire to speak on your behalf, and we'll call on you shortly to do so. First, let me just read some identifying information into the record. First, Mr. Mondello, excuse me. So you're here this morning seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in the 26th Judicial District, Bossier, in March of 2007 for attempted possession of Schedule II cocaine. You received a 2.5-year hard labor sentence. It was suspended. You received 2.5 years probation. Is that information correct?
I did receive 2.5 years probation, but I was released.
Okay. So why don't you take a moment before we hear from your guests? Tell us, how did you wind up, with the criminal conviction? Why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms? And why should we vote favorably today?
Well, how I got in that position, I'm sure you've heard this 1,000 times, but I was just with the wrong people. Not doing what I should have been doing, of course. I don't know how to answer that actually, without just saying that. I mean, I got tangled up in drugs and I shouldn't have.
Okay.
I'm a
So
little nervous too.
that's okay. I understand. So why are you seeking the pardon with restoration of firearms?
So I'm seeking the pardon. One reason is because I want to close this chapter completely. I want it to go full circle and be 100% behind me and off my back. I always feel like it's on my back. You can't do something like this and not think about it. What you've done to your family and your friends. I want that part of my life closed. And I have 3 daughters. They're all grown now. One is about to get married. They all tell me they're not having kids, but I'm praying that they do. And I won't be able to take my grandkids hunting. I want to teach them how to use firearms like my daddy taught me. I want that part. I want that more than anything. More than anything there is. Those are the 2 main reasons.
Okay.
I want to get this thing closed. I want to fix it.
Understand. Okay, well, let's hear from the folks that want to speak on your behalf. First, Ms. Jones, we'd like to hear from you.
My office has worked with Clay to fill out this application, and I learned a great deal about it. I believe that it affects his work as well, which is something I want him to. He did not explain, but there's a lot of work. His company does a lot of work on the base. There are times when he can't get on the base because he can't get the foot hard because he can't because of this condition. So he has a business. He's done very well for himself. He's done very well for his family. I've known him for a long time. He is a stand-up. And I would trust him with my, I would trust him with our business. And I just believe he deserves this opportunity.
Thank you. Representative Bamberg.
Honestly, I only known Clay about 10 years, probably something like that. I met him because I was, I guess, where we started our relationship, I was a girls tennis coach at Parkway. I was actually a pole tennis coach with girl and boys. And there was one father that was there every time we had practice, there was a father there. And so I got to know Clay through that because through all the things his girls have done athletically in Moser, Crowds on school with Moser as well. There was one father, our family that was always at every sporting event. And so we kind of have the same idea. I have daughters and he has daughters, and I will say what Julie said as well. I would trust him around my daughters. I know this was something probably hard for Clay to come to me and say, you probably don't know this about me in my past, and I didn't, I had no idea. So I can tell you, y'all probably know how much we spend in session down here this term. And I'm gonna tell you, there's not a whole lot of drive at that Rouge for right now, but this man, people that will drive down here. So I don't know how he'll work, but I just think as a person, he deserves a part of our community in South Bossier. Very active in the business world. We have a business luncheon that we put together that he's active in and comes to all the time. It's just a great citizen of South Bossier that I represent as a legislator. And so I just ask for you guys to be favorable to everything.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Bounds.
I've known Clay most of my life, probably 30 years. 20-something years ago, Sheriff Prater there, I took the oath of law enforcement. I worked undercover for a long time for Bossier City PD and worked as a lieutenant for the River Parish Sheriff's Office until I went into my own business. Clay has been a long time friend. If anybody has ever changed his life, it's him. I've seen a lot of them do that don't. He has. I put that on everything I know about him. He knows our family functions. And he's changed his life. So.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate yours. I really appreciate all of your input. So, Mr. Mondello, your case this morning has been assigned to Mr. Prater. So would you answer any questions he has?
All right, we got to get into something that's not fun to get into, but we're all on the line on this.
Yes, sir.
The circumstances surrounding your arrest for the narcotics.
Yes, sir.
Okay, according to what the report is, this was the second time in 4 days that you had been arrested for violating a protective order. And when they searched your vehicle, they found a weapon and the narcotics. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, you somehow got to convince this board, because that's a domestic violence, as you know, and as we all know these days, it's such a risky business. Tell me about the protective order, about the complainant on the protective order, or the victim, whatever. Tell me some details.
Okay, the protective order was, I was high on drugs, and my wife had enough, and she kicked me out, and I didn't want to go. The man wants to get kicked out of their home, even if they're wrong. She did want me to leave, and I didn't want to leave. That's where all that started. And I went to jail. I got out that night, and a few days, 4 days later, they got me again. I actually was at the end of our road, wasn't going to our home. On the road we live on, I have a scaffold yard at the end. You have to go past that home to get to our scaffold yard, which is work related. However, I'm not gonna stand here and lie to you and tell you that I was down there trying to work. I was over there because, like I said, nobody wants to get kicked out of their home, especially when they're not in their right mind. Now, my wife and I worked all this out. We just celebrated our 27th anniversary. Sorry, 26th anniversary. And if she can put it behind her, put it behind us, I think if she can do it, then I don't know why anyone couldn't. Because she put up with a lot, and I commend her for that. When I don't know if any of you have ever disappointed your family to the point where we're just ashamed. And I've been ashamed of that for a long time, and I put it all behind me. I didn't realize how ashamed of it I was still until I started dredging up all of these memories, filling out this paperwork that I had to go back and relive all this stuff. It was horrible. It was bad the first time, but when I sat down and filled out all this paperwork, it was almost unbearable. I started to back out several times because it was just so much that I shouldn't have done. I know I shouldn't have done it, but when I got to the point where I needed to be, and my wife actually asked me to go to marriage counseling at church, First Baptist Bolin, we did. And from there, I went into Celebrate Recovery. And I stayed in there for 4.5 years. I never missed a day when it was open. 4.5 years. I never missed a day. My wife went with me. She went to the part where, what do you call it? I'm writing my where she's not supposed to put up on my BS. I forget what you call it. And I went to the recovery part. We worked on that. We did all the marriage counseling with Brother Jerry, did everything through Celebrate Recovery. And honestly, I think our marriage is stronger now than it's ever been. And I quit all that then. I haven't done it since. And I believe that as long as I continue to ask the Lord every day to keep me safe and keep my family safe, that we'll be fine at the end. Now, that's the answer you wanted.
Where's your wife today?
She's going to Dallas with my daughter for a neurology appointment.
Well, I'm sorry that she's having to go through that, your daughter and you.
Yes, sir.
And I can't think of any other questions that I have to get out. So the same lady that you were accused of violating the protective order on is now your wife. You are celebrating 27 years.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Impressive. Congratulations on all the work that you've done on yourself. And I know it's been hard.
Yes.
Hard on your family.
I've got one question.
Yes, ma'am.
When they did pull you over and they found the drug, they also found a 38 in your car.
Yes, ma'am.
What were you gonna do with it?
It was just always in my truck. I've had it in my truck until that point, it had been in my truck for every truck I had since I was a teenager. Oh, you know, I just always had it in my truck.
I just wanted to ask that question.
Any other questions?
How long has it been since you've been on any kind of supervision from the state?
I think I was released in 08 or 09.
15 years then?
Yes, sir.
15 or 16 years
16.
since the end of any of the supervision.
All right, you ready to vote?
Yeah.
Mr. Brady.
I think because of the work that you've done, your history since then, and the fact that, I mean, we do have to admit folks that are in this room that came down here to testify for you, they would have some good knowledge of you and criminals. I'm not saying they are, but and what it takes to straighten your life out and the length of time it's been. I'm gonna vote the grant with restoration.
Mr. Freeman.
I am also gonna vote for grant with restoration. You're back with your wife. I think you went through a period where the drug led you. I see it's the only conviction on your record. And obviously the community support does weigh, and it's very important also. But my vote is to grant with restoration of firearms. That's my recommendation.
Mr. Tillis.
My vote is to grant also.
Mrs. Stapleton.
My vote is to grant, and I have a long history with, victims advocacy with domestic violence. So, you know, when I was reading this in the beginning, I was very concerned, but I see, like you said, y'all been married 20 some odd years, and there's been no other problems in your marriage. So for that reason, I feel comfortable that there will be no other problems in your marriage. Wish you well, sir.
So, Mr. Mondello, I also noted in the record that there's absolutely no opposition by law enforcement, obviously, the DA's office. So I concur with my colleagues. My vote today also would be to recommend a pardon with restoration of firearms. And so we'll make that recommendation on your behalf to Governor Landry. Good luck to you, sir. yourself. Tell us your name and your current mailing address, please.
Okay, Joseph Green, my current mailing address is 3405 North Market Street, Court, Louisiana. 797.
And I want to welcome Heather Sanders, who's also here and wants to speak on your behalf. We'll ask her to do so in just a moment. First,
Wait, Heather, you don't have to speak. You look like a deer in headlights.
Speaker, I was like, we're both gonna go to jail. They're gonna think we're guilty. They're gonna.
You don't have to speak. We got it down that you are. That'll be up to you.
Okay.
so let me just read some identifying information. Mr. Green, your DOC number is 616848. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. Sentenced in the First Judicial District, Caddo Parish in March of 2015 for possession with intent to distribute marijuana. You received a 5-year sentence. Is that correct? So tell us, Mr. Green, why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms? And why should we vote favorably for you today?
Okay, so, first of all, I've got kids. I have a daughter, I have some stepkids. I would love to take the money, raise them up. I'd like to be able to possess firearm in the house for protection purposes in case anything unspeakable happens, I'm going for a pardon for many reasons. I've got where I work, I've got to go to multiple places. There's been a lot of different places where they have denied me entry because of my background. I work for HE, but ran out of engineering, and we have some machinery on parts of their real space. I've been denied entry there. I feel like that's limiting my career, having this, stigma over my head from my past. I just kind of want to get it past.
All right, at this time, Heather, if you'd like to say anything on his behalf, you can, or you don't have to if you don't want to.
I feel like if I don't talk, that's bad, but I'll ramble. Do I need to stand up for me? I don't know. I've known him for about 4 years, and he's probably the best person I've ever met. My kids lost their dad, and he's stepped up with no questions, and has done everything for me.
Thanks for being here today. We appreciate it. Joseph, your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman, so he'll take the lead on the interview questions.
Joseph, did you receive any treatment?
So I had some treatment while I was incarcerated. It was optional. I went through a couple different changing the world. There's a power group, I think, that Dr. Bolin was putting on in there. I went through those, and then whenever I got out, I did have a mishap with my parole. I did fail at my first drug test there, and I went through another program. Can't remember the name of that one.
Well, how long have you been off drugs?
Whenever that, can't remember the year that was. It must have been 2017 or 2016. I had that mishap. I haven't touched anything since then.
Okay, do you currently go to any AA meetings, or
No, sir.
did
No,
you
sir.
ever go?
Sorry.
Did you ever go to AA and stuff like
No,
that?
sir.
And you work for H&E Equipment,
Yes, sir.
and you've had problems getting on the base sometimes when you go to
Yes, sir.
work on?
A few times they denied me. So they originally was allowing me to go on base that had a contractor card. Once that card expired, they denied me from going to the base for, I guess, for the next 3 years or so. And then they started up with the contractor card thing again, which allowed me back on base. I got denied from a place in Arkansas, oil refinery, Albemarle, I think is the name of it. So I was no longer allowed to take any service calls out in that area. Yeah.
Okay, when you, obviously, I mean, I think you had, what, 3 pounds of marijuana?
Yes, sir.
So it wasn't for personal use, you were selling also?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and at that time, were you working?
That time, I don't believe so.
And so you currently have a daughter?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and, I have no further questions.
Okay, do you have, felony convictions in Tennessee and Texas or?
I have, so in Tennessee, I had a misdemeanor. It was, I was charged with a felony, convicted of a misdemeanor, and through the expungement program there, or it was a program there where you finished out your probation and they wiped it off your, forget what it's called.
And what about Texas?
Texas, I do. Texas was my first felony charge. I know I'm asking for, but I didn't plan on going to Texas if this one does proceed through. But I wanted to tackle this one first because being my most recent. But yes, I do. I have a felony conviction in Texas for the same charge. And then this one, obviously.
Because you were on, well, I guess you were, it's confusing. You pled guilty in 2013 in Texas.
In Texas. Yes.
And sentenced to 2 years. That was suspended and you were on probation, and you were on probation here when this Louisiana offense occurred.
Right. So I was on probation out of Texas, and we did the interstate compact that transferred it to Caddo Parish. So I was on probation here for the Texas felony. And then whenever I pled guilty to my conviction here, they dropped my sentence in Texas, granted concurrent to.
It did. It says probation in Texas was terminated due to you serving a hard labor sentence in Louisiana. All right, I just wondered, it's just a little confusing to me, sorry. Any other questions of Mr. Green?
No, ma'am.
All right, seeing none, we are prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Joseph, proud of what you're doing. Very, very, very good. The only problem I have is that you got off in 2018. That's 6 years ago. Okay, and I think you need a little bit longer period of not selling drugs and not using drugs for me to consider granting today. But I do encourage you to reapply. And we'll see where that one goes. But for today, with law enforcement opposition and only 6 years since supervision ended, my vote is to deny.
Mr. Tillis.
My vote's denied due to DA and sheriff opposition.
Mrs. Stapleton. I concur with both my colleagues. Mr. Prater.
Yes, I concur. Deny. I think it need to have some more cleansing period before anything, before a complete throw. And it bothers me that, I mean, you were a major drug dealer, and 3 states you were arrested for large amounts of drugs. And so that bothers me. I want to see you finish up 10 years without being under any supervision or anything else. 10 years of good behavior, and I'm proud of what you've done. I got no doubt that you will get that, and then you'll get what you want.
They received 4 votes to deny your application today. So good luck to you. Maybe start working on the Texas business while you're waiting to satisfy your 10 years. Good luck to you, sir. So, oh, I see. Okay, hold on. Let me get my bearings.
Okay.
Yes. All right. Yeah, he is. So, good morning, Mr. Wax. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
Name Bradley Wax, where address is 20 Vanderbilt, Louisiana, 7047.
Okay, thank you. And you have counsel with you. He's here on Zoom. Sir, would you introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, Commissioner Keith Couture, attorney for Bradley Wax.
So, and let me acknowledge you have your wife, Cherie Wax, who is also here in support. Thanks for being here. Mr. Wax, I'll read some identifying information into the record, ask you to confirm that it's accurate. We'd like for you then to tell us why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms and why we should vote favorably for you today.
Okay.
And once you do that, we'll hear from your attorney for his presentation, and then we'll begin our interview process.
Okay.
Okay, ready? So, Mr. Wax, your DOC number is 7018333. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in August 2015 in the 22nd Judicial District, St. Tammany Parish, for an offense. It was obscenity. You received a 3-year hard labor sentence that was suspended and you were placed on 5 years probation. Is that information correct?
Right, and I'm released 3 years, 7 months.
Thank you. So tell us a bit about, what happened to you and why you submitted an application for pardon.
So first, what happened to me?
Yeah, what brought you here?
Oh, what brought me here? As far as wanted to receive a pardon.
The criminal activity. We want to hear a little bit about that.
Oh. Placed on an obscenity charge. It was the non-sexual aspect of it. And quite frankly, I just took responsibility for the action, basically. It involved a much bigger case. There was a lot involved with this, another individual, and as I said, as I've always done my whole life, I just took responsibility whether I did it or not. And that responsibility had a lot to do with family, finances. I had 2 careers, career in law enforcement and a career in the Navy. Both of them went gone because of this. So to save those pensions and to make sure that my wife, because some very serious illness, would have some stability and some financial. Not she'd have to basically sell everything.
So why are you seeking the pardon?
Well,
With restoration of firearms.
yeah, you could say that the reason I'm seeking it is to get that part of my life, put it permanently in the past. You never wipe stuff clean, but you put it in the past. I guess the investigator asked me that, and I said that at first I really didn't know what to say. Of course, I wanted to put it in the past. I wanted to move on, but I moved on. What I've always done. And recently I ran across a quote by the author Maria Robinson. She says, you can't go back to the beginning and start over. You can begin now, create a new ending. I guess that's what I'm doing. I'm big on legacy, big on family. My family's been in Louisiana, one of the first families in Louisiana. I just want to start that ending to my life. I mean, it's going to be a hard thing to now move on because I've already done that, but just I don't know how to explain it. It's just tough. I just want to get this off my back and
and keep going. It gives me a lot of, also besides rights, it gives me a lot of opportunity, a lot more opportunities and privileges. I think I should have added that on to the reasons too. I mean, when you get that felony conviction off of you, then you have a lot more privileges and opportunities. If I had, you can't get into a lot of activities because of that conviction. You can't get in the medical field, and I had 2 years of nursing school. You can't get into a lot of other businesses. You can't. There's a lot of things you can't do when you barred from doing because of it. And as far as me trying to sell you on why I should, I mean, basically, it's a nonviolent crime. It's no victim. I've got a buku education. I've had an outstanding record with the police department, outstanding, and stellar record with the United States Navy. There's no doubt about that. You have all the paperwork. Really hurtfully, the Navy, police department, law enforcement know that. Yeah, okay, but it's just that you know, and as far as, like I said, as far as financial aspects, I'm more than financially able. Understand what your job is here. Your job is to determine the risk. I mean, and do I pose a risk to the society? Am I going to contribute to the public? Am I self-sufficient? Do I have an education? By showing any tendency to do anything? I mean, this has been a 10-year process for me. I mean, this all started January 2014. Been a long time. I mean, even though I've just got off of it in 2019, it's been a long process. So just looking at that record, looking at the fact of things I've done, professionalism, I mean, education-wise, a couple of degrees, a stint at the Naval War College, I've done a lot. I can do a lot. And I'm just, the stigma is, it just hurts me from doing other things I like to do as far as contributing to the community. Well, right now I'm volunteering at the Humane. I'm big on animals. I got 2 rescue animals. I work for the Humane Society as far as volunteering and that kind of thing. But I've always done the responsible thing. Whether I liked it or not, just follow those commands, whether I liked it or not. Done what needed to be done. And again, I just want that stigma. As far as the firearms go, I mean, law enforcement, Navy, I mean, goodness knows I'm efficient, but I think in that respect, who would you rather see? Me, somebody who's actually been in these situations, who understands the severity of carrying a weapon and even drawing a weapon, or someone who sticks in their purse and doesn't really have a lot of qualifications or understanding of the consequences involved. I mean, I've been there. I've been on first stage shootings, so I have a full understanding of what it takes, and the responsibilities involved with it.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We'd like to hear from your attorney now, Mr. Couture.
Thank you, Chairman. As you heard Mr. Wax say, he has an excellent record. He had an excellent record before this. He has an excellent record after. Obviously, from the records that y'all were able to review, you understand that this case started with his son being the target of an investigation. Through this whole matter, it comes down to Mr. Wax having a choice, his family or fighting. As he told you, he did what was the responsible thing, and that's what he did. And he's not here to argue that y'all should give him a break because maybe he had a good defense or maybe he could have won something. He's here to say, as he submitted in these records, the risk of him reoffending is virtually nil. The risk of him not being a contributing member of society is virtually nil. He is here asking for the ability to continue all of the good works he did before that day. He's here asking you to recommend to the governor that he get a full pardon. And obviously, I'm able to answer any questions the board may have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Wax, your case has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton, so she'll take the lead on the interview.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Wax, I gotta tell you, this case was very upsetting. It really was. And, so I'm just gonna read from like the bill of information, stuff like that. The original bill of information charged Bradley Wax with 38 counts of pornography involving juveniles. 7/2015, count 1 of the bill was amended to obscenity. Counts 2 through 38 were not authorized. And this all started in January. An online undercover operation led investigators to execute a search warrant on the Wax home. After a forensic analysis of computers and other devices seized during the search, investigators determined he was in possession of child pornography. The arrest is a result of a joint investigation with Louisiana Attorney General Cybercrime Unit, St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office, and Homeland Security. Later, it was determined by Homeland Security it didn't rise to the to their standard of federal crime. So that's why it stayed as a state crime. So from what I read, the actual crime was terrible. And then there was a plea bargain of obscenity.
Yeah, what now?
The plea bargain was 1 count of obscenity.
Right.
You see that? I mean, I see that all the time up here, that the actual crime is one thing, but then you have the plea bargain. And another thing I read was this, that when during the 2014 investigation, police investigation, or whatever, Mr. Wax admitted to
Never happened. And he'll attest to that. That statement was never given by me, it was given by the other person at the residence.
Okay, okay.
That's why all that was no crossed. I didn't come to them for a plea deal. After, it took them 8 months to build, 8 months. It took another 7 months before they come to us, my other attorney, and say, "We don't have a case. We will, however, offer you a plea deal." Now, they came to me for a plea deal. That's why they no process charges. Page 53 of the forensic report specifically states that I never searched for, never looked for, never networked for. There was no account set up. There was no saving. There was nothing. Page 53 of that report. That's why they no crossed it. Now, I went from spending 20 years in prison to 5 months of probation. That's an indicator right there. They didn't have a case because I didn't do it. And the forensic report they had specifically stated that. I went ahead and took that plea deal that they came to me with for those reasons that Keith and I both explained. The other person who was involved in this is at Rayburn Correctional right now. He was the target of the investigation. I go there twice a month to see him. So that's how all this went. I had nothing to do with that, nothing at all. But me to go before a jury, St. Tammany Parish, and get them to understand basic computer forensics, good luck with that. To get them to add on that charge to the other charges. I've been to enough jury trials, sat in, witnessed. For them to say, well, yeah, you probably didn't do that, but we feel better if we charge them with something. So there was no way I was gonna do that. I went ahead and took that deal to protect her and to protect everything I had left, basically, and I lost a lot. Wrote my name on the internet, that'll never go away. I'm some perverted deviant, even though I didn't even do it, and that'll never go away. So yes, that's why I took the deal. And that's exactly what happened. He can confer with that. And I did not admit to it. Doggone thing. And they knew that. That's why they don't pass the charges. They would have never known pass those charges if they had. And Mr. Couture can explain all of that.
Well,
We don't
I-
want to trial.
I was fixing to say, you know, this is not a trial court. So
No,
I'm
no,
not
I
gonna go
understand,
there.
and-
But I understand you defending yourself. I do, I get that. I know what I'm reading here.
Right.
And I understand you defending yourself and you've got an attorney with you. Of course, this is not a court proceeding and I'm not an attorney. So I'm just going by
Yes, ma'am, I
what I've
understand.
read in the records.
And my point is that regardless, I took responsibility and regardless, as Keith said, I mean, I've never posed a risk before to anything or anybody and I don't now, and I definitely won't. You know, I'm about the surest thing to it. I'm about the closest thing to a sure bet you're gonna get.
Okay.
Not to be arrogant, but yeah.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Freeman?
Okay, all right, so the first time you saying it was your son and he's doing time for this, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now the second time when they found it, you said it was your friend.
Friends.
That is what the report said. You stated that my friends were looking at bestiality and it was disgusting, but they were looking at it on your computer.
That was, right, when I had brought it, I said that they had looked at, that they had been looking at my computer, correct? Right, but as far as the other charges go, that was, that this, Stapleton said, yeah, I knew nothing about that.
But
Now,
you
I
did
knew
know
nothing
your
about
friend.
that too, but other people had access to my computer, that was my point. That was my point, I didn't have,
But I mean, I'm just curious. I mean,
Yes, sir.
you know,
Yes,
you
sir.
said you was in law enforcement. I was in law enforcement.
oh, I know,
I never let nobody look at pornography on my computer.
well, I
Did
never
you
knew
know?
they were looking
You
at it.
didn't know. Okay, that was my question.
No, I never knew, they had all I said is they had access.
Okay.
That was it, that's all I said, is that other people had access to the computer.
All right. I have no further questions. Madam Chair.
Are there any other questions? Right. Yeah, Mr. Wax, I don't see any other questions or we prepared to go.
Can my attorney make any more comments? It's all right.
If he'd like to close it out for us.
Thank you, Chairman. Basically, as you can see from Mr. Wax's emotions, this was a very, very tough decision for him to make at that time. He was faced with obviously having to choose between family or himself. He does not wish to re-argue the case here today. He is simply asking this board to allow him to regain the status he had before, obviously without erasing anything. It's impossible to erase anything. He has made amends. He has served his time. He was released early from probation because of those good works. He has no, I haven't heard of any opposition from anyone in regard to this. I don't know if you have some, Madam Chairman, but I have not seen any. I don't believe there is any risk of any recidivism of any kind for Mr. Wax. He is asking for this at his age because he has to rebuild what he had before. And because of that, I believe his age should weigh in this factor. And we would ask for your consideration of a recommendation to the governor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me just state, since you brought it up, the opposition comes from the 22nd Judicial District Attorney. They did respond on behalf of the Attorney General's office. Now, let's see, this was Mr. Clark responding on behalf of the DA's office. They're opposed to the clemency application, but they gave no further comment. And then the sheriff had opposition, but his is a standing policy of opposition. So that's the opposition that we have. So, Ms. Stapleton, you prepared to vote?
Yeah, my vote is.
My wife said she wanted.
Oh, well, yeah, it's indicated here that she did not wish to speak. Would you like to
You
speak?
want to
ma'am?
speak? No, you have to
The only thing I want to say is this is totally upended our lives out of the blue. And what started as an investigation, my son turned into really almost an investigation of my family. It has made a problem, a health problem that I have so much worse. I have doctor's appointments where they go and like, oh dear God, these years were, it's improving, but it shows. And my body keeps a score, not just for myself and the issues that I've had facing this with my husband, who is a stellar husband, an exceptional father, a human being. He's so giving of himself, not just to us as family and his family, but neighbors. That's always who Brandon was before. There's part of him that almost died with this, almost because of the court of opinion that weighs in. I don't look at the computer. My son did one time and said, Mother, it's horrible. He said, I don't recognize this person. I don't want to know that. I don't want to know what people think that don't know him or us. I know the man I've been married to for 38 years. He's an exceptional person, not just of his heart, his intellect. He is more than deserving to start this again.
Thank you. We appreciate you.
My son comes out of prison in 6 months. He suffered so much with the idea that I've done this to y'all. I've done this to y'all. Financially, it's destroyed us, trying to rebuild and keep a reputation there, paying everything on time. I've gone through all of my savings to do it, and then some. Brad has a job. I had to quit working, shortly before that because of my health issues. And then this happened. And again, we've got a tough road ahead of us if my son gets out. As you can see, these issues. He has been beyond exceptional with the idea that Brian can't change what happened. And he doesn't want him to feel like he's got a cross to bear for this too. But somewhere, something's got to be right for my family. It's just to restore something back to this man. Please.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so
He's
much.
deserved.
We appreciate it. We just thank you.
Mr. Wax, I see here that your probation was terminated due to earned compliance credit on 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we're just talking 5 years ago.
Well, yes. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so-
But again.
I'd like
I
to see.
understand, yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, I'd like to see a deeper cleansing period between the end of everything that has to do with this crime, because it was an awful crime. I'd like to see a longer cleansing period than 5 years, and there is law enforcement opposition. So based upon that, I'm going to deny.
Can I say one thing?
No, we're
first?
voting now, Mr. Wax. I'm sorry. Mr. Prater.
Thank you.
I feel for you because sometimes the system can, like this, and because I've been involved in a lot of different cases like this where computers are seized from houses and on and on and on. But the point of the matter is you pled guilty to something. And that's what this board, we don't try the cases, we just look and see. And you pled guilty to something and it's and I think to be comfortable with this, I gotta agree with Ms. Stapleton that we need a longer period of time for our conscience, for what we're appointed here to do. And so my vote would also be to deny.
Mr. Freeman?
I concur. I mean, it's a very serious charge. I understand maybe he was in a bind and he pled to a much lesser offense, pretty much a nothing offense, but my vote today is to deny and need longer cleansing period.
Mr. Tiller?
It's very difficult for me. I understand what you're going through. After reading the case and seeing that the DA and sheriff, I'm going to vote to grant.
With restoration?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Wax, this is hard. You don't have the vote yet. It requires 4 votes, and so you already know what the outcome is. I will say that I read it carefully over and over. I understand what you're saying, and I can see you're passionate about your position. But as Mr. Prater said, you pled guilty, and so there are consequences. I do recognize the lifetime of service to your community in the United States for your service. I see no other criminal activity. I will give you a shot and vote to grant a pardon with restoration of firearms. However, you didn't get the vote you needed today because it takes 4. So the outcome of today's proceeding is that your application has been denied. Good luck, sir. have, is your wife with you?
Yes, she's.
Good morning. Have a seat. Mr. Littleton, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and current mailing address, please, sir.
My name is KLAY MONDELLO, Administrator 717 Main Street, 71139.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Littleton, you're here before the pardon board today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms.
Yes, ma'am.
First, before we move on, I'd like to acknowledge on the record your wife, Marlene Littleton, who is here in support. Thanks for being here. As I said, you're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Orleans Parish in April of 2016 to 5 years for an aggravated second-degree battery. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Littleton, would you tell us, please, why you're, what got you here? You know, why the second-degree battery conviction, and why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms?
I'm seeking the pardon from the perspective that all my life, I've always appreciated and treasured the rights that I had to be here in this country. The situation that took place in 2014, I was protecting my life as well as property of the church.
Okay. And so why are you seeking the pardon?
Seeking the pardon because I believe that when I use my firearm, I only use my firearm in protection. I only respect that. I had a half-ton truck. It was running through me at the time. As a matter of fact, the truck struck me because of the fact that I was being a pastor. A split-second decision was made. Instead of shooting through the windshield of the truck, I shot the front tire. The truck was passing through me. I continued to fire into my firearm as it was passing through me. And the fact that I was in a spin, like a 5-second spin rotation, and the back end of the truck, the ricochet took place. This is how the young man was struck in the back because of that. The fact that the truck was running through me, I was not doing it, I was not giving nothing to these family, but because of the sensationalism of the media, and I was a guarantor on my church. I took the plea to protect the church from going into foreclosure.
Okay. All right. Your case this morning, sir, has been assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer any questions he may have? Yes.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Good. Still morning. Yes, sir. It's a troubling case because I can see standing where you are, you know, because I've been involved in high stress situations like that before. But, so the way I understand it, you interrupted a burglary of the church property belonging to the church. The car came towards you, you were armed, and you began to fire at the vehicle. Okay, did you fire at the vehicle before they started to run over you?
No, I fired. I had been trained, you know, as a police officer. I had told them to freeze, and they stopped the truck. They was getting out of the truck, go back in the alley by myself. And one, the fact that they did see firearm in the waistband, drive, prior to him running back because I confronted the driver first. I confronted him in the framework of the church and where the applications were. I could have fired then, and I didn't because he didn't go for the gun. He just ran back to the truck. So I moved over, trying them in the driveway, putting the transmission in the house. But when when the truck was passing, it was parking there because I had seen them move it back. In the office, I had seen them when he was putting on the various parts that they had taken, and the one had a towel over his head. This is when the shot from the ricochet. Uncle and nephew was the driver. And when I said for them to get out, both of them was getting out. I said, okay, back in now. It's how I leave by myself. So I'm get into a shootout. And they jumped back into the truck, and then they floored it. And as they floored it, coming towards me, that's when the blade stuck towards the windshield. And for a split second, went back down and shot the front tire. That time it was fast, it flew in position of fire. And from the spinning perspective. And video took what he said, I was only running down the street on the everything happened right there on the ground.
And what were you originally charged with?
Originally, like this aggravated battery.
Or maybe second degree or something, I can't remember, I wasn't trying to trick you, I couldn't remember. But you end up pleading guilty, is that correct?
I pled guilty, as I said, I mean, we guaranteed on the church property. The garages, rather, because of the news media saying what I was going to face and so on and so forth. They looked at the church and foreclosure.
And what was your sentence that you got? Okay, so you didn't serve any time other than getting in, bonding out now. Okay, and 5 years probation. And when is your probation up? When was it up?
Probation was up and 2019, I believe.
2019?
COVID was coming.
Okay.
So I did 2,400. The was 2,400.
Well, it makes it tough for us when you shoot a crook and trying to do something. First glance or first thought is, well, they deserve that, but the truth of the matter is,
Sir, I did not fire my weapon out of the county. I was in kind of assumption that I had the right to do that. I fired my weapon because I feared that the truck was running over me and I'm trying to stop the threat. And this is why all of the shots were to the truck, the front of the truck,
yes,
the side of the truck, and as I was spinning to the back tailgate of the truck, and it was 10 shots, all 10 was spinning back on the property.
yes. But you pled guilty to something that involves intent, and what you're describing is accidental or negligent, and so that's what the problem is. We're not up here to try the case. We're up here to determine if a pardon is warranted. And the fact that you pled guilty and it's just been now 5 years since you gotten off, paying the minor thing that you got, which, that was up to the courts and that's what they thought appropriate. So we're not judging that either. Okay, that's all the questions I have.
Any other questions?
You were trying to protect yourself.
Yes, sir. I was trying to protect myself.
You were a policeman?
Yes, sir. The doctor distracted me. Lost all my toenails where I struck my.
Ran over you?
Ran over me, yes.
You said you were a policeman?
Retired police officer.
Okay, so you didn't shoot inside the truck. You said you raised up first and then
I raised up to go through the windshield. I just in 2001 after 9/11, the United States Senate passed all retired officers to carry firearms and protect the country. They said threat with folks coming in from trying to. So they gave us the right in the country to carry our weapons and so forth. And we had a week before this happened, I had just went through the process of firearm training, or I had school in 97. So I do know that if I had went through the windshield, probably be here talking to you on that. But the passion in my heart, at the split second, instead of going through the windshield, I came down trying to stop the threat by shooting the front tire. And all that's some evidence of the, you can see where all of the, fucking, the shots went to the truck itself.
I see. I mean, I can understand that myself. It's good that you didn't shoot in the window, but, it seems like you weren't trying to kill anybody.
No. So, in my heart to do it.
I see. I have no more questions.
Any other questions? No, I don't see any other questions. So I think we're prepared to vote on Mr. Littleton's case.
Okay.
Mr. Carter.
My heart goes out to you. I think you're a good person and you didn't intentionally do this. However, you pled guilty to something, to an aggravated battery. And it's just been 5 years since you've been on probation, off of probation, or less than 5 years. I'm not sure when exactly. So my vote to be consistent is to deny, but my vote is to deny.
Mr. Freeman.
And I'm looking at all of the circumstances and everything that went on. As he stated, I've been in those situations before. They are high stress. You get your tunnel vision and your adrenaline starts flowing. I'm going to vote to grant without restoration of firearm.
Mr. Tillis.
I commend you for not taking a life, and I probably wouldn't have done that, but I thought you did a good thing. My vote's going to be to grant with restoration of firearm.
Mrs. Stapleton.
From everything you said, I mean, it started out really a self-defense case, you know, it's what it sounds like. Then maybe a manslaughter. Then like, you know, Mr. Prater said, then we have being guilty for an aggravated battery. You know, it's only been 5 years, so I'm going to vote today for you to be pardoned without restoration of firearms at this point.
So, Mr. Littleton, this one's difficult, but in order to be consistent with our practice is that someone should be off of any type of supervision successfully. You've been successful for a period of 10 years. You haven't met at least that criteria quite yet. So my vote today also is going to be to deny your application. I understand what's been said here today, but I have to be consistent. So you've received 3 votes to grant your application, but 2 to deny. So you didn't meet the threshold of getting 4 favorable votes. So the outcome today is that your application's been denied. So you can reapply and we'll send you the information on how to do that. Good luck.
I don't know. Oh, it might be down here. Hello? Can you hear us?
All right, good morning, Mr. Wade. Sir, would you unmute your microphone, please, and introduce yourself to the pardon board? Tell us your name and current mailing address. You're still on mute. Let's try that.
It looks like a microphone.
You see a little microphone?
Right next to the video camera is.
Do you see the little video camera icon? There should be a microphone next to it or near it. Can you call him? Oh,
Mr. Renata, if he's on an iPad, maybe he may have to touch the screen for those icons to appear.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Mr. Wade, are you on the iPad or a computer? Are you trying to call him? We're trying to call him on the phone.
Yeah.
All right, you got it?
There you go.
Mr. Wade? Can you hear us? Still can't hear you. Do you know how to turn your volume up?
Hello? Here's his volume.
All right, Mr. Wade, can you tell us, introduce yourself, tell us your name and your current mailing address, please?
Thank you. Yes, my name is George Wade. I live at 89 North.
Go ahead,
I live
sir.
at 89 North Winding Drive in Waterford, Michigan. I did, it's right there.
Sir. Do y'all have the YouTube playing also? Introduce yourself, tell us your name. The YouTube, please.
I didn't hear you, I'm sorry. Yes, my name is George Wade. I live at 89 North. Yes, turn YouTube off. Where's YouTube? Turn it off, it's right there. Okay, I turned it off.
All right, great. That was giving us some feedback. So,
Okay.
Mr. Wade, my name is Cheryl Renatza. Seated to my far left, tell us my left is Stapleton. To my immediate right is Mr. Prater, and to his right is Mr. Freeman. I want to acknowledge that you have your wife there with you, Ms. Linda Davis Wade, and she wants to speak on behalf. We also have joining us by Zoom a representative from the DA's office in Jefferson Parish. So, Mr. Wade, let me just read some identifying information into the record and ask you to verify it for me, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. George Wade, DOC number is 98928, is here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. He has 2 sentencing dates in Jefferson Parish. Yeah. First is July of 1980 for an armed robbery conviction, received a 45-year sentence. And then there's a March 1983 sentencing date for simple escape, for which a 2-year DOC sentence was earned. Is that information correct, Mr. Wade?
Yes, ma'am, except I'm not seeking a restoration of firearms.
Okay, so just the pardon without firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for that. So, Mr. Wade, why don't you tell us, why are you seeking this pardon? Tell us why you're seeking a pardon.
Actually, I'm trying to get freedom of movement to go to different places. Actually, my goal is to get into prison, to try to minister to people in prison, tell my story, and see if it'll help anybody in there.
Okay.
That's what I do, is I give I minister, I give my story to different churches. And
And so-
they
Go ahead.
won't let me in prison as long as I'm on paper. They won't let me go visit.
How long are you on paper?
For the rest of my life.
So okay. So you got a 45-year sentence. You spent how long in custody?
I spent 20 years in the Department of Corrections in Louisiana.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Does your wife want to speak on your behalf?
Yes. Yes, she did. Yes.
Like, from her?
I
I just want to say that I've known George since '04, and we've been married since 14. He's been home since 17, and I just wanted to say that he's a very good and kind person, a husband, a faithful husband. He came home right away and I got a job, and he's been a faithful worker to that job. And they really love him there. And he's a faithful member of our Seventh-day Adventist Church and a deacon, and they all love him there. He has dealt with this thing for many, many years. And we would just, he's almost 71 and I'm almost 80. And we would like to just travel around to see our family a little bit. He has family that he hasn't seen for a long time. And we just would like to not be on parole. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your remarks. We'd like to hear from the DA's office in Jefferson now, please.
Sorry about that. I think I knocked it over. Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. We're opposed at this time to Mr. Wade's request. As we kind of talked about a little bit yesterday, we'd like to see a 10-year cleansing period from the time one finishes their sentence till they're applying for a pardon. Although Mr. Wade's case, that would result in never being able to get a pardon because he's on paper for, as he said, the rest of his life. But still, in this particular case, he's only been out for 7 years. So if we just look at the time since he's been out of jail to today, it still doesn't meet a 10-year cleansing period that we'd at least like to see. And I think because of his, if you look back at his criminal record from 75 to 1983, there's a lot of crimes of violence, kidnapping, armed robbery, number of armed robberies and aggravated burglaries and such. And that's very concerning to me as well. Not opposing, I guess, a request for a pardon for him on the armed robbery cases in Jefferson Parish. So in this particular case, I'd be more inclined to seek a longer than a 10-year cleansing period for Mr. Wade to see that he in fact can continue to act appropriately and act within the bounds of the law. So for those reasons, we are opposed at this time to his request for a pardon.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Meyer. We appreciate it. Mr. Wade, your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman, so he'll take the lead on the interview. Would you answer his questions?
Okay, Mr. Wade, you said you served 20 years in prison?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay, and what kind of community service did you do while you were in prison?
Well, I was a volunteer hospice worker for 17 years while I was in there. I took care of the inmates that were dying in prison. Since I've come out, my last 7 years, I've been in the healthcare field, working in a group home. That's what I do now.
Lawyer work. Your lawyer work.
Yeah, I was also a paralegal while I was in prison. I did 2 years of college in there to get qualified to be an inmate counsel. I did that for my last 5 years in there.
You're also a tutor, correct?
Yes, sir. I did 10 years as a tutor.
And a clerk.
Okay. How old were you when you committed these crimes?
I was 27 years old.
Did you ever have any type of drug problems or anything like that?
Well, I've done drugs, yes, sir, but I was never what you would call addicted to drugs.
Were you on drugs when any of these events happened?
No, sir.
I have no further question.
Any question?
Yes, this, in looking at your record, it'd make a good Netflix movie. You did a lot of, you got into a lot of mischief.
I did, yes, sir.
Why, what will a pardon, of course, we know restoration of firearms, that's out of the question, and you're not even asking for that, so we won't get into that. But what is not having a pardon causing you? What kind of problems is that causing you?
Actually, not having a pardon is stopping me from having freedom of movement.
Explain.
To go to different places. Like I said, I can't get into any institution to give a testimony while I'm on paper.
You're in Mississippi?
Michigan.
I'm in Michigan.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Mississippi. I thought, yeah, you can. Okay.
Okay. All right, that's all I have.
So it's the state of Michigan that's prohibiting the travel. Have you asked for a travel permit?
No, ma'am, they don't prohibit me from traveling as long as I have an excuse to go somewhere. If I have a family issue, they'll let me go. But just to travel, to go to prison somewhere, to give a testimony or a visit outside of family, they won't let me do that.
Right, I understand. And so you were released on the 2040, a good time?
2045 rule, yes, ma'am.
45, okay. And did you do time in, you also did some time in Arizona and Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
You spent a good portion of your life in jail.
Yes, ma'am, right at 40 years total. Now I'm 70 years old and I'm just trying to do the best I can. I want to try to let people know in prison that they can change their life. For my last 20 years in prison, I became a Christian. And as long as you walk with Jesus Christ, anything's possible. And I wanted to share that with men in prison or women, wherever they let me go.
Mhm. All right, I don't see any other questions, Mr. Wade. I think we're prepared to vote, and Mr. Freeman will be voting first.
Okay, Ms. Wade. First thing, these cases, they're very tough and you're doing very well in what you're trying to do. But you've only been out 7 years, you're still on paper, and I will say your criminal record was very extensive and very violent. So my vote today would be to deny.
Mr. Tillis,
My vote's to grant
without
restoration of our firearm.
Ms. Stapleton?
My vote is to deny, because of the extensive, criminal history, and it was very violent. And you do have opposition from the district attorney's office.
Mr. Prater?
My vote would be to grant. I don't think you're gonna be hurting anybody. And you're wanting to continue the work that you did in the prison when you were incarcerated, the mentoring and the counseling, and I admire you for that. I think that you're one of these cases that I can take a chance on you. I don't think that's a big chance. My vote will be to grant.
All right, Mr. Wade, it takes 4 like votes for any action. So you've received 2 to grant, 2 to deny. So the outcome of today's proceeding is that your application's been denied, sir. You can continue doing the work and sharing your message. Do it in your local church. Go to local churches. I got a lot of kids.
I thank you, though.
Good luck to you,
Thank you,
sir.
sir.
Okay, thank you. Have a wonderful day. Okay.
All right, good afternoon. Mr. McCollister. You're on mute still?
No, ma'am.
There you are. Okay. Would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and your current mailing address, please.
Aaron McCollister, 1444 Castlegar Lane, Justin, Texas, 76247.
All right. Thank you, Sarah. You're here, Mr. McCollister, before the pardon board this afternoon. I know you've had a long wait today. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms, and you were sentenced in the First Judicial District, Caddo Parish. You have two different sentencing dates. January of 2006, you got a 1-year hard labor sentence that was suspended and you got a 1-year probation that was for unauthorized use of an access card. Another sentencing date, April 2007. Possession with intent to distribute, Schedule 2, and possession of marijuana, third offense. You got 5 years hard labor on each count. 2 years were served without benefit of probation, parole, or suspension of sentence, and those sentences ran concurrent. Is that information correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. McCollister, tell us why you're here seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. How did you find yourself involved in criminal activity, and why'd you file the application for pardon?
Well, thank you guys for seeing me. I'm here today because I made a lot of bad decisions whenever I was younger. Didn't really grow up with a whole lot of stability or good role models to emulate. None of that is, excuses my actions, and I take, full responsibility for all of my past actions. Since that time, I've led a completely different life. Over the past almost 17 years, I've kept my record clean, my sobriety. I've been able to maintain continuous employment. I think that my first job was about 2 weeks after I got out of incarceration. I hadn't had a single day where I didn't have full-time employment since then. I'm nervous. Sorry about that. The past 14 years of my professional career has all been salaried management and supervisory roles. I've been able to build a beautiful family, married an amazing woman. We're going to celebrate our 17th year anniversary in April. We got an 8-year-old kid, straight A student, by the way. Very proud of that. Many other relationships that I've been able to build and maintain, mentors and whatnot. Life's been good. I think the future looks even brighter. That's why I'm here today.
Okay. Your case today, Mr. McCollister, has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer his questions? He's seated to my far left.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. McCollister. How are you?
I'm doing all right today. How about you?
Good, good. I went through your case several times. You say you did have a drug problem?
Yes, sir.
You did?
Yes,
how long have you been on parole, from parole?
Repeat that for me, please.
How long have you been free from parole? When did you end your parole?
I think it was around 2011.
2011?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what kind of work are you doing now?
I am in the towing business now.
Towing business?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I went through your case and I have no more questions.
You did the impact program at Fort Wayne.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that experience.
It was grueling at first. I had been in a cell, laid up and for 10 months or so, and I was in pretty bad shape whenever I first was incarcerated. I think I went in there at about 130 pounds or so. So whenever I started impact, I was probably at 170 or so, and my joints, my ankles and my knees from the work that they put you through was pretty tough for those first couple months. But I actually thoroughly enjoyed the program, and that's maybe strange to hear, but whenever I was released from that program, I was in the best shape I'd ever been in my life. Came out of there with some tools that I had never thought of really before that's been helpful to me. So I thought the program was great.
That's good to hear. I'm glad to hear it. Are there any other questions?
No.
All right. I don't think we have any other questions, Mr. McCollister. We are prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis,
My vote is to grant with restoration of firearm.
Mrs. Stapleton,
I concur with Mr. Jones. Yes, Mr. Jones.
Mr. Prater,
I concur.
Mr. Freeman.
I vote to grant with restoration of firearms.
All right, and I agree, concur with my colleagues, Mr. McCollister, to recommend a pardon with restoration of firearms, based on your long, lengthy period of being criminal free. No criminal activity. But you've done well, so congratulations. We'll make that recommendation on your behalf.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good luck. Mr. All right. Mr. Molinaro? Did we lose him? Mr. Molinaro, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but we can't see you.
Uh-oh. Let me see how to do that. I'm not sure how to do that.
See a little camera looking thing on your device? Like the movie camera thing? You see anything come up that says start video?
There I am. Can you see me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and current mailing address, please.
My name is Vincent Lawrence Molinaro. I live at 2213 Bluebird Street, Slidell, Louisiana, 70460.
Hi, Mr. Molinaro. You're here this afternoon seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Orleans Parish in November of 1983 for possession of Schedule III depressants. You received a 5-year sentence, 5 years probation. Is that
Yes,
correct? That's correct.
That's correct.
So tell us, Mr. Molinario, why are you seeking a pardon?
I'd like to restore my gun rights, and I'd like to, have protection at my home, and also use it as a hobby to go to the shooting range and get my restore my rights.
You want to tell us a little bit about that criminal activity?
That was a long time ago. I was riding my bike, seen a bottle on the ground, picked it up, didn't get too far with it, and 3 narcotics officers pulled me over, brought me back and interrogated me. And that was basically it. And I was charged with it and got probation for it.
All right, your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer his questions, please?
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Molinaro. Did you ever get any treatment for drugs?
No, never. No, sir.
Okay, were you using drugs at that time? Drinking, stuff like that?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay.
It's a foolish mistake picking it up. Should have never picked it up.
Yeah. Okay, you had another charge of possession of marijuana in October 4th, 1983. That wasn't did you have marijuana that time?
No, sir. The charges were dropped on me. I was leaving the lakefront, and a friend of mine had it on him, and he put it underneath my car seat. So I was also charged with it, but it was also dropped when he confessed that it was his. So they dropped the charges.
Okay, just be totally honest. Did you ever smoke marijuana?
I tried it before, yes, sir, when I was younger.
Okay, that's what I wanted to see. Yeah, coincidence. And what, you are a nurse right now?
Yes, sir.
And where are you working?
I'm retired right now. I'm 62 and I get my Social Security.
Okay. Okay. Do you do any community service? I mean, are you in any?
I worked as an EMT for 7 years doing community. I mean, I don't do community service on the side right now, no.
Okay.
But when I was an EMT, I considered that doing my service. Sir?
What did you do for 7 years? I didn't hear you.
I was an EMT, a medical technician.
Okay.
Before I became a nurse.
Okay, and this was all back in 1983, I think, and you got off probation in 1988.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
I have no further.
And I got a first offender pardon, and I got something else to help get rid of it so I can get my EMT license.
Okay. I have no further questions.
A little clarity. You say you picked a bottle up. What is it?
It was a medicine bottle. It had powder in it. And I picked it up off the ground.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And I didn't get no more, probably, I don't know, about 50 yards, and 3 narcotics officers pulled me over.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions.
All right, Mr. Molinario, I don't see any other questions. I think we are prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman?
Mr. Molinaro, that was since 88, when you got off probation, you have had no other contact with the law, no other problems. My vote today would be to recommend to the governor to grant your pardon with restorations of firearms.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to grant with restoration also.
Ms. Stapleton?
My vote is to grant with restoration of firearms.
Mr. Prater?
Grant with restoration.
And I do agree, Mr. Molinaro. There's no expressed opposition in the record, so we will make that recommendation for a pardon with restoration of firearms to the governor on your behalf. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right, good afternoon, ma'am. Would you introduce yourself for the record? Tell us your name and current mailing address. Still on mute.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
You can.
It's Nicole Aymond, St. Romain, and my address is 1202 Highway 1185, Cottonport, Louisiana, 71327.
All right, Ms. Amon, you're here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Walls Parish, 12th Judicial District in 2009 for manufacture and growth of marijuana. You received a deferred sentence of 18 months.
Yes,
Is that correct? So tell us why you're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. How'd you get involved in that activity, and why are you seeking a pardon?
I was dating a guy that was currently smoking marijuana, and he decided he would try to plant some. I was aware, not that I smoked it, but I was aware of it. But I've since then went to college. In fact, I graduated yesterday.
Congratulations.
2 bachelor degrees, and I would like to go back for my master's, but it all depends on y'all. I want the firearm just because I'd like to be able to go hunting with my son and my husband.
All right. Your case today's been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer her questions?
Yes, ma'am.
So there, I see that you want to go into nursing. Is there any impediment in nursing because of the criminal charge? Does it hold you back?
It's not for nursing. I'm trying to purchase the hospice that I currently work for, and I cannot have a criminal background with that. And I'm also wanting to get my master's for a social worker, and I can't even get into school with the criminal background.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
For the graduate program, you're not allowed.
Mm-hmm. And so, how many years, you might have said, and I'm sorry, is it 12 years ago that you completed your probation for the marijuana?
14 years since I've completed probation.
14 years, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I know this was non-pros, but in 2008, I see a DWI. What's going on with that?
That I had left the friend's house and got pulled over, but it was dropped because they let a friend come pick me up, and I never got charged with it.
Right, that's what I saw. I don't have any more questions. You haven't had any other, involvement with the law, have you, since the marijuana? Okay.
No, ma'am.
Yeah, that's all right. So I have no more questions. Somebody else might.
I don't think I see any more questions. Ms. St. Romain, so I think we are prepared to vote. Mrs. Stapleton.
I vote to gosh, I'm losing my words. Grant with restoration of firearms. Thank you. Yes.
Mr. Prater.
I concur.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur, and congratulations on your graduation.
Absolutely.
Mr. Tillis.
I concur.
And I also concur. My vote is likewise to recommend a pardon with restoration of firearms based on, the barriers that you face, the barrier to enrolling in your graduate degree and purchasing your hospice. So we'll make that recommendation on your behalf to Governor Landry. Good luck to you and congratulations. All right, good afternoon, Mr. Watford. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and current mailing address, please.
My name is Marshall Watford. My mailing address is 748 Mirabella Lane, Covington, Louisiana, 70433.
All right, thank you, sir. You're here before the pardon board seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms today. You have a 2002 sentencing date in St. Tammany Parish, the 22nd Judicial District. Possession of methamphetamines and possession of cocaine. You received a 5-year sentence on possession of cocaine, 7-year sentence on possession of methamphetamines, MDMA. Those sentences were to run concurrent. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Tell us, Mr. Watford, about the criminal activity and why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms today?
So, when I was younger, I know I messed up and I was involved with people that sold drugs. So, I got in trouble for it, did some time. And now that I have everything expunged and about 14 years have passed since I've been off parole, now I'm trying to get that last little bit done with a pardon.
Okay. And why do you think you're deserving?
So my life has changed a lot. I've been at the same job for 10 years. I have a wife, I adopted her son, and we have a daughter together. And it's just one last little piece hanging over my head that I feel like it's just something there, and I'm ready to move on and see if I can eliminate that.
All right. Good. Thank you. Your case this afternoon has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer his questions?
How you doing? I just have a couple of questions. Were you doing drugs at the time of the?
Yes, sir.
When you were incarcerated, did you take any treatment for this?
I don't think I went through any treatment. When I was at Hunt, I did receive my GED. No treatment though, no sir. When I got out the impact program, I did do the required it was like 6 days a week of AA, but that's really about it.
Are you not using drugs now or selling?
No sir, no. My job would not allow that, and my wife.
Okay, I have no more questions.
Thank you.
Does your job do drug testing? Is that what it is?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I'm not gonna do drugs anyway. I'm way past that in my life. But yes, they do drug testing.
I don't have any more questions.
Any other question? I don't see any other questions, Mr. Watford, so I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to grant restoration of firearm.
That's a statement.
I concur, grant with restoration of firearms.
Mr. Prater?
Concur, grant with restoration.
And Mr. Freeman?
Also concur, grant with restoration. It's been over 10 years since your last offense. And where are you working at?
I work at Shell in Norco.
Okay, great. Good job. Keep up the good work.
Mr. Watt, I do agree with my colleagues. So on your behalf, sir, we're going to make the recommendation to the governor for a pardon with restoration of firearms. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, sir. Would you introduce yourself? Still on mute, I think.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Tell us your name and current mailing address, please.
Bryson Bennett. Current mailing address is 103 Highland Court, Boyd, Texas, 76023.
All right. So, Mr. Bennett, you're here this afternoon. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You have a sentencing in East Baton Rouge Parish in May of 2011, theft of $500 or more. You received a 2-year probation sentence. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am. The probation sentence was reduced down to, I believe, 3 months. Because the offense I think the offense occurred in 2009. Sorry about that. I'm pretty nervous. But yeah, that's fairly correct. But yeah, it was three months, I believe, of probation. That was, I think it was 2011, if I'm not mistaken, or something like that.
All right. So tell us about what happened to you.
Typical day going to school. Had lost my great aunt. You know, she watched over and took care of me, you know, growing up for the most part of my life. Went to school, took my test, left like a normal day. 2 days after, I get, you know, pretty much I get arrested. They said took somebody else's bag. Long story short, that's why I'm pretty much here. I'm not a violent person, I wouldn't consider myself a criminal. Never did drugs a day in my life. Don't drink, try to be a positive influence to the community, giving back to the church, thousands of hours of community service. Like there was Mohegan Mohegan charter school in Baton Rouge at the time. Taught there, did some tutoring. Went on after that, literally the following semester, I pretty much lost all of my scholarship or award money for school, but got a job, paid my way through college, got my BS in psychology, got my Bachelor of Science in civil engineering as well. A few years ago, ended up getting my MBA with a specialization in project management. Did a lot of work for the highway department in Arkansas, worked for a government contractor in Texas as well. You know, so I have to go through a lot of GSA clearances and top secret clearances as well. So, I mean, the main reason for me seeking this is literally to continue on with my employment. So I don't have any issues that may or may not arise in the near future, just because I don't have it. I've done the expungement process and all of that stuff. I literally had a first offender pardon with this actual case as well. So, you know, I'm just ready to continue on and try to contribute to society the best way I can, and obviously leave this world a better place than I found it, you know, growing up, for sure. So, and yeah, I mean,
Well said, you did good.
Yeah.
Your case has been assigned to Ms. Stapleton. Would you answer her questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Or maybe afternoon now. I see that we have the victim statement, and it's been a long time, and the victim said that they don't even have the laptop anymore, but you paid restitution of $500 towards it, and that they're unopposed to you getting a pardon. And sheriff's office is unopposed. DA had no comment, and chief of police had no comment on it. Let me ask you something. Since that time, has there been any other arrest? Have you been arrested for anything since that time?
No, ma'am.
Well, you've done a wonderful job.
No trouble, literally just, I mean, I consider it a rough patch. You know, literally, I take full responsibility for what happened. You know, I honestly thought it was mine, but it wasn't clearly. And literally, it's been a roller coaster. It's been a journey for sure. So,
Heavy price to pay to have this as an impediment in your life. I understand that. And
Yes,
you did $500 restitution on it. So you did your best to make it right. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
All right. I don't see any other questions. Mr. Bennett, I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Stapleton will be voting first.
I would like to grant with restoration of firearms.
Mr. Pedro,
I concur.
Mr. Freeman,
I concur.
Mr. Tillis.
I concur.
And as do I. So based on the vote today, we're going to make the recommendation to the governor that you be granted a pardon with restoration of firearms. So good luck to you, sir. We wish you well.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Adams. Would you introduce yourself? Pardon board, tell us your name and current mailing address, please, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is SHARHONDA ADAMS. I currently have my P.O. Box listed as P.O. Box 535692, Grand Prairie, Texas 75053.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You're here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms.
Yes, ma'am.
You have a 1994 sentencing date in Caddo Parish for aggravated battery. You received a 3-year hard labor sentence that was suspended. You were placed on 2 years probation. And then there's a September 2001 sentencing date for felony theft, for which you received 2 years hard labor. That was suspended and 18 months supervised probation. Is that information correct?
Yes.
Okay, Miss Adams, would you, I want to acknowledge that we have your brother on the line with us as well, Desmond, and we'll ask him for his remarks shortly. But first, would you tell us about the offenses and why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms?
Sure. So the first offense, I believe I was 17 at the time, was for the aggravated battery. There was a fight that occurred with myself and another young lady back in 1994. And we had a fight. There was an altercation. I had my babies with me at the time, and I was 17 with my two young kids. And I think the altercation was basically over the guy that we both were dating, which was my son's father, 20 years our senior, basically. And we got into an altercation. And at that time in Jackson Heights, it was a pretty bad area. And I did carry a blade because I had just gotten off work from Kentucky Fried Chicken, I believe, and I was walking through the middle of the projects to go get my kids. And so me and her had an altercation, and another young lady, which I don't remember her name. And at that time, we had the altercation, and I did like slice her with the blade, protecting myself. And then as far as the theft, I cannot barely remember that. And I think it was 2000 or 2001. It was for shoplifting, and I was issued, I believe, a fine, and I paid that back. There was also another theft. It's listed, but I don't remember the year. It was like a credit card, and I paid restitution on that one as well.
Why are you seeking a pardon?
So I'm seeking a pardon because for years I've lived. I didn't have the best upbringing as a young girl. You know, like I stated, by the age of 17, I had two children. My first son is 16, the second is 17. I grew up pretty unprivileged. My father was incarcerated. My mom was absent, and I made some bad choices as a young lady. I am seeking a pardon at this time because I have 3 grandchildren. And I feel like my background, it hindered me for so many years of becoming my full potential of myself. I've always worked and retained gainful employment since. So I just want an opportunity to further my education as it relates to the right to bear arms. That's an added bonus. I believe that just, would provide me an opportunity to protect myself in my home as a woman. But I would like to just have an opportunity to live my life to my full potential, because that has hindered me. And it's not a day that goes by that I'm not regretful or remorseful for what I did. Last 20 plus years, I've lived a good life here in Dallas. I've worked and taken care of my children and grandchildren.
Right. Well, thank you. Your case this afternoon has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer?
You got another brother talk?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, well, I didn't see him on the screen. There he is. Thank you. Desmond, what would you like us to know about your sister? Wait, you're still on mute.
Mute.
Can you unmute?
All right. Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chairman.
Driving now?
No, I'm parked. Actually,
Okay.
I had an appointment that I had to get to, so I'm here just in the parking lot right now.
Good. Tell us what you want us to know.
Yeah, so thank you. My name is Desmond Adams. I'm here today to speak on behalf of my sister, SHARHONDA ADAMS. As her brother, I've had the privilege of witnessing her growth, redemption, and resilience over the years. And as my older sister, her support and guidance has played a pivotal role in my life and professional development. She has inspired me to work hard for my family, serve with humility, and just never give up. And so today I'm honored to speak on her behalf. I'm a federal government employee with the State Department for over 10 years, an Air Force veteran. And so just to speak a little bit to her character of what I've witnessed, I mean, she has worked hard over the years and overcame many challenges. She's built a life where her testimony or testament would show and demonstrate her perseverance and character, whether it's her professional life or her personal life. She's very diligent, with care with everything. I think as she spoke to, just based off her past experiences, She has embraced change. She's taken responsibility, and I think she's ready to move forward with the more greater purpose and with dignity. And so with that, I just wanted to, speak a little bit about um, just her commitment and growth I've seen over the years and how she has become pretty much a cornerstone in my life and my family life. And as she's mentioned, grandmother, she's a wonderful sister-in-law to my wife and a niece and an aunt to my beautiful two daughters. So I think, uh, I just wanted to kind of highlight some of the things that she may not talk about or you may not see, but if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be where I am today. She has played the role of a big sister, mother. As you kind of relate to our background, we kind of grew up in an impoverished community at the age of 10 years old. I've been kind of, a transition to my father. And she's been there every step of the way over the last 20 something years. So I just want to first let her know, Sharonda, despite whatever the outcome is today, I'm proud of you. I love you. And as you always told me, never give up. And to the board, I just want to thank you for this time and consideration as you deliberate on this matter. But that's all that I have. And over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, Mr. Tillis.
Should we get somebody else? Miss Adams, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. I read your case several times. I'm not going to drag you through it again. I take my hat off to you.
Thank you.
Anybody have any questions?
Where are you working now, Al?
I live here in Dallas, and I work for Dallas County Hospital. Yeah, I actually work in oncology as a care coordinator.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Do you have any contact with the lady that got her face messed up?
I have not had contact with her. The last I've known that she lived in Houston, and we have a mutual friend that actually grew up with us in Jackson Heights that keeps up with her. But I have apologized over the years, but I haven't seen her.
Okay. I'm just curious. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any other questions, Ms. Adams. I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Tillis.
I vote to grant restoration firearm.
Mrs. Stapleton.
I concur with Mr. Tillis, grant with restoration of firearms.
Mr. Prater.
I concur.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur. She has a very good cleansing period and has overcome many obstacles in her life, and I hope you overcome many more. And I vote recommend go forward with restoration firearms.
Ms. Adams, I do concur. There's no expressed opposition in the record, so we will make that recommendation on behalf of the governor of pardon restoration of firearms. Good luck to you.
I really appreciate it. Thank y'all. Bye.
Okay. Good afternoon. Here we are. Is he up? There you go.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name, current mailing address.
Gerald Katicich, 2668 Vulcan Street, Harvey, Louisiana, 70058.
All right, Mr. Katicich, good afternoon. Let me just read some identifiers into the record. Your DOC number is 325979. You're seeking a pardon for restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in the 24th Judicial District, Jefferson Parish, and were sentenced in May of 1993 for simple burglary, simple arson. You received 18 months, 18 months parish jail that was suspended 2 years, and you were placed on active probation. And that was on both counts, and they ran concurrently. Is that information correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Would you tell us, Mr. Katicich, why are you here? I mean, what got you here? Tell us about the criminal activity and why are you seeking a pardon?
I was, everything was expunged, but I didn't know I had to do this part. It was expunged. I have all of my rights were restored back in 2002, I believe. I'm not sure exact date of that, but everything was expunged and reinstated. But I was trying to be a notary, and I found out that I needed to do this in order to get that step forward.
All right. Well, your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer his questions?
Sir, how are you today?
I'm okay. How are you?
Good, good. Okay, I'll make this very quick. In 1993, you were charged with arson of a vacant building and a simple burglary. You were 19 years old. Since then, in 2003 or 2004, you had it all expunged, and you need this second part. You haven't been in trouble since then. Is that correct?
No, sir.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Are there any questions? There are no questions. I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Prater.
I vote pardon with restoration of firearm.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur, pardon with restoration of firearms.
Mr. Tillis.
I concur, pardon with restoration of firearms.
And Mrs. Stapleton.
I concur. Pardon with restoration of firearms.
And I do agree. So, Mr. Katicich, on your behalf, we're going to make the recommendation for a pardon with restoration of firearms to the governor for you. So good luck to you, sir. Merry Christmas.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good day, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to y'all.
Let me go outside. Come on. Oh.
All right. Good afternoon. Mr. McDaniel, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address, please.
Yes, my name is Brandon McDaniel. I reside at 1914 Tammy Street, Sulphur, Louisiana.
Right. McDaniel, you're here this afternoon. You get to the right page. Seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms.
Yes, ma'am.
Your DOC number is 404168. You were sentenced in the 14th Judicial District, Calcasieu Parish, to a term of 8 years hard labor in February of 1999 for vehicular homicide. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. McDaniel, would you tell us about the incident, what happened, and why you seek pardon with restoration of firearms?
September 1st, 1997, me and a few friends of mine were, excuse me, went down to Holly Beach, which is about 45 miles south of here, for Memorial Weekend and hanging out. And we decided to come home that afternoon and fell asleep behind the wheel, got in a wreck, and the young girl that was riding with me passed away. And but I had enough alcohol in me to give me the charge for vehicular homicide, but not enough in me for a DUI. I was a .09, if I'm not mistaken. And this was 27 years ago.
Why are you seeking a pardon?
Whenever I went to go purchase a handgun a couple years ago for home defense just to keep in my house, and I was denied, and I followed up to find out that first offender's pardon did not grant me full rights to everything. I didn't realize that at the time. So I was looked into doing this for home protection, and now that my kids are older and they're wanting to go deer hunting and stuff, I wanted to be able to join them and just to be able to have the rights as my civil duty to do. And for the past 20 plus years, I've never gotten in trouble, never done anything else. I pay my taxes. I do everything I'm supposed to do. That was just a very, very unfortunate incident that happened to me on September 1st, 97.
All right. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer his questions, please?
How you doing?
All right, and you?
Good, good. I see the remorse in you, and I read your case, and it is unfortunate. I guess you don't drink anymore and try not to get drunk, huh?
No. That, learned the hard way, unfortunately.
I have no more questions.
Any question? Did you have to pay restitution?
No, ma'am.
Funeral?
No, ma'am. I did 18 months in our parish jail.
Okay.
And I got off on first offender's pardon. And I don't even the probation officer that I had at the time, her name was Miss Connie. I can't think of her last name. She didn't even make me go the full term. She released me quick because she told me I'm basically wasting her time.
Okay, well, I don't have any further questions.
Have you had any other contact with the victim's family since this happened?
Not since shortly after the funeral, I went to their home to um, express my complete sorrow for what I did. But no, sir, I have, to my understanding, they moved away up to like Shreveport or something. I don't know anything about them anymore. I just know December 24th is around the corner. That was her birthday. So it's a day that I got to live with every year of reminding.
Thank
Yeah. All right, Mr. McDaniel, I don't see any other questions. I think we are prepared to vote. Mr. Tillers?
My vote is to grant restoration of firearms.
Mrs. Stapleton?
My vote is to grant a restoration of firearms.
Mr. Prater?
I concur.
Mr. Freeman?
It's very tough because the life was taken. I do see your remorse, and you have no other alcoholic offenses or drug offenses.
No, sir. I've never done drugs.
My vote today would be to grant with restoration of power.
Mr. McDaniel, in the record, it's at least from the judge, the district attorney, the sheriff's office, or other law enforcement, there's no expressed opposition. There's mixed emotions, if you can imagine, by the victim's family. Some opposed, some are unopposed. But I do think my colleagues, it's been 27 years, no other contact with law enforcement, obvious remorse. My vote today is, along with my colleagues, to recommend a pardon with restoration of firearms. Good luck to you, sir.
I thank y'all very much.
All right, good afternoon, sir. Would you introduce yourself, tell us your name, and what's your current mailing address? You're on mute, sir. Still on mute. Nope, can't hear you. No, still can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
It's okay.
My name is Jack Parker. My mailing address is 361 Split Rail Drive, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, 35405.
All right, Mr. Parker, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to y'all too.
You are, your DOC number is 86554.
That's correct.
You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Jefferson Parish in 1978 for 2 counts of distribution of PCP. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
So you got a 10-year sentence. It was suspended and you were placed on 10 years probation. Right?
No, I I went to DeQuincy, first offender camp, and then I received a pardon from DeQuincy
Yeah.
Correctional Institution. Yeah, first offender. Yes, ma'am. And it was,
Well, but you served 5 years. There's 2 counts of
yes,
distribution. On each
yes, ma'am.
count, you received a 5-year DOC sentence, and those were running consecutive back to back. So it's a total of 10 years.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
So tell us about your criminal activity back in 1977 and why are you seeking a pardon?
Well, when I was coming up, my mama had 13 kids and 9 living. We didn't have any adult supervision because my mother was a deaf mute. So when I hit teenage, when I got into the teens, I got a little wild and got hooked up with the wrong people and start messing with penocyclidine and stuff like that. And I decided to try to sell it. I got caught. And now I'm 66 years old, and I'm a registered voter. I'm retired on disability. I didn't have 2 surgeries on my shoulders and 1 on my back, and I just want to try to seek pardon is the last thing because I don't know how much longer I have on this earth, and I was just trying to. And I'm also a registered voter, and when I got out of Louisiana prison, I got my voting rights back. And I'm a church going person, a family man, been married for 25 years with grandkids, and I just wanted to accomplish that part of my life because I don't know how much longer I got. I don't know if that's good enough reason, and I am a very honest, involved person in the community. And I just wanted to get my pardon and get all my rights back before the last day of when my eyes closed.
All right. Yes, sir. Well, Mr. Parker, your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer his questions?
Yes, I will.
Let me ask you this. I'm going to recap what I think to be the case. In 1977, you were arrested for 2 counts of distribution of PCP, and you got a 10-year sentence, but it was suspended. You hadn't been in trouble since then.
That's right, sir. I got that was when I got locked up, sir. I know I wasn't that type of person. So when I went to DeQuincy and I was very involved in for my GED, I got it there. I was part of I did 30 days in the field. I went to school there. I got involved in a lot of stuff. The warden spoke highly of me on my parole hearing. And I'm not that type of person. So I just I just was young and dumb and stupid and following other people. Yes, sir.
I understand. Well, congratulations. You've done a good thing with your life. I don't have any other questions.
I got one problem with the case. You were a bus driver for Alabama?
Yeah, I used to drive for the. I'm an LSU fan. Wait a minute. I'm an LSU fan by heart now. When the University of Alabama came with their Crimson Ride buses, I still have my CDL license with passenger endorsement. I got hired there, and I mean it was a good job, but I used to wear my LSU stuff, and I used to get some crazy looks.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been that.
Yeah, I mean, the students used to look at me crazy, like you're not at LSU.
Mr. Parker, I don't see any other questions, Mr. Parker, so we're ready to vote. We're going to ask Mr. Prater to vote first.
Yes, sir. I vote pardon with restoration.
Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Parker, you're the exact reason why we have this board. I vote for pardon with restoration.
Mr. Tillis.
I concur.
Mrs. Stapleton.
I concur.
And I do also agree. On your behalf, Mr. Parker, we're going to make the recommendation to the governor for restoration of firearms.
Oh, thank y'all so much. Thank y'all so much. Y'all made me so happy. Oh, Lord.
All right, good afternoon. Let me find your name on my sheet. Is it Lovell or Lavelle? Lovell, you're on mute, sir. Can you unmute your microphone?
Lovell.
There we go. Mr. Lovell, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your full name and your current mailing address.
Jason M. Lovell, 2267 Highway 114 West, Star City, Arkansas.
Okay. Mr. Lovell, you have counsel here today. Mr. Bourget, would you introduce yourself for the record, please, sir? You're on mute, sir. Still on mute.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Larry Boche. I'm with the firm of E. Oram Young. Mr. Lovell.
All right, thank you, sir. First, Mr. Lovell, I'm going to read some identifying information, ask you to verify it, then we're going to ask you to tell us about your situation. Why are you about the criminal activity and why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms? And then we'll hear from Mr. Bourget. We'll ask for his presentation. All right, you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Lovell, you're here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in the 4th Judicial District, Ouachita Parish in 1996 to a 5-year term for theft. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. And that was suspended. You were placed on probation. Would you tell us, sir, about the criminal activity and why you're seeking a pardon today?
Okay, I purchased a four-wheeler and it turned out to be stolen. I was unaware of that. I paid back all the restitution, paid back all of that good stuff, got everything taken care of prior to my 5 years being up. And on May of 2001, by the Dennis O'Vaney, I got a first-time offender pardon on everything. I got all my rights restored back. I had gun rights. I had all that stuff. Everything was going good. Well, I bought guns, had a concealed carry weapon, a concealed carry permit for 10 years. My job consisted of me having an FBI background check and National Coast, not Coast Guard, but yeah, Coast Guard clearance and all. Had all that for 15 years. I never had nothing happen since this date. And I went to renew my concealed carry license in 2020, in January of 2020, and I got denied. The board up here in Arkansas, where I live, that issues the concealed carry permits, they issued it to me, or they didn't issue it. The third time I went to renew it, they told me that I was a convicted felon, can't have it. I'm like, well, do what? Everything's been good for 20 years, you know? And they said that the laws have changed since I got convicted. And so they said, you can't have guns no more. And I'm like, what the heck? What if I got stopped, duck hunting and rabbit hunting, deer hunting, all this stuff? They said, you just went to jail. And I'm like, well, thanks for somebody letting me know. Nobody let me know nothing. So I was, so in July of 2020, I went and hired this attorney, paid him for it, and just now getting my case seen. And you can pull my record, look at everything. I hadn't had a speeding ticket or nothing since 2001. Everything's clean. Everything's clear. I'm just a dad, father of 4 daughters, and all I do is hunt and fish. That's it. And go to work, go to church. And my character reference letters that were sent in and all one of them was from the High Sheriff of Bradley County, Arkansas, which is where I resided for the last 26 years or so. And so that's it. I'm just trying to get my gun rights back so I can hunt and feed my family.
All right. Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Bourget, we'd like to hear from you, sir.
Yeah. One of the things that catches a lot of people like Mr. Lovell, is when they change a statute that is actually procedural in nature and not substantive. He receives a letter telling him that that he qualifies and is going to receive a pardon, a first-time offender pardon, and everything is going to be restored. And he operates on that, and he operates on that because he received a notice from the state of Louisiana that he should be able to rely on. And while ignorance is not an excuse, and we hear that a lot, reality is a whole nother ball of wax. If they would have sent notice to all of those people that procedurally the law has changed and that now the status that he originally enjoyed has been revoked because there's a new law. It's retroactive in application, which is not unconstitutional because it's a procedural thing. It's considered procedural and not substantive. And you have people like Mr. Lovell who are desiring to live law-abiding lives and are in violation of law. I mean, that's that's really kind of hard to defend against, considering that he hadn't even gotten so much as a parking ticket since 2001. There was certainly no intent at all on his part to be in anything other than law-abiding. And but for the fact that he was doing something that he considered to be legal, he would have never found out about it to begin with. And that's the situation that we're faced with, and it's I guess nobody's fault, but at the same time, it certainly puts people like Mr. Lovell and those who made a mistake a long time ago, made one mistake a long time ago. Yeah. And it seems that they just cannot get over it. And I think that the law plates what has happened to Mr. Lovell. I certainly believe that the intent is to reform and to correct. And Mr. Lovell has certainly lived an upright life. That one when he probably pled guilty because someone told him to, and this is why we're here today.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Doje. We appreciate your remarks. Your case has been assigned, Mr. Lovell, to Mrs. Stapleton. Questions.
Mr. Lovell, I couldn't understand when I was reading your case, when I saw that you'd been hunting for the last 20 years. I mean, everybody that comes up here and everybody that I know, I've never heard anybody think that they could own a gun or even be around a gun. And you,
well,
readily
let me pull up this. Yes, I'm an archer. I bow hunt. I bow hunted my whole life. Yes.
Yeah, there's no problem with
but
bow hunting.
On this paperwork right here. Correct. But listen to this right here. Let me read this to you. This is my release letter that I received on May of 2001. Talked about my theft, all this, Carl V. Sharp, the judge, Fourth Judicial Court, blah, blah, blah. And all this, talks about everything going on. This is an automatic. It says, appearing that the defendant has completed this sentence and meets all of the requirements for an automatic first offender pardon. Now, therefore, as provided by the Constitution, this will certify and proclaim that effective 5/2001, Jason M. Lovell fully pardoned for the offense above stated, and that all rights of citizenship and franchise are restored in Louisiana. So that gives me back all my rights for everything. That's even what they told me. When I moved to Arkansas, I was in Arkansas, got up here, got on probation, and went through my probation period. Everything went fine. I haven't had no incidents, no run in with the law, nothing. Baby, get them dogs to shut up, please. And everything's been fine. I had a concealed carry permit for 10 years. My job was working on the river. You have to have an FBI background check and a Coast Guard check. You have to pass all these strenuous tests and all this stuff to have that. I had all that for 15 years working out there. And like I said, when I went to get my concealed carry permit renewed in 2020, it kicked me out. They said, and the woman up there said that the laws had changed since 2001, whenever I was, free. Because I got free and everything was fine. Like I said, I've been doing everything that a normal citizen would do. I vote, I hunt, do everything. I ain't never had no issue with nothing.
When you fill in your application, did you put that you were a felon? That you had a felony? Or no?
Yes, ma'am. I put it on there every time. I sent all these papers that come from the state of Louisiana. Back then, I've turned all that stuff in. I've always been up straightforward with everything because I'm an outstanding citizen. I don't do nothing wrong. I turned all this paperwork in. Everything went through fine. And then now here we are 20-something years later, and now they're saying I can't have a gun. And the state of Arkansas, this woman, let me pull up her name, that's over the Arkansas State Police Regulatory Concealed Handgun Carry License. Let me try to find her. Mary Claire McLaurin. She said that the law has changed, and the only way I can get my gun rights back is to come before the governor's pardoning board and have a full governor's pardon. That's what she said. So that's why I'm here.
Okay, well, I'm hearing, I tell you what, you're first. I don't know what to say about this.
I've seen this before.
I've seen it before too. You can confuse the state too, but a long time ago, people got their gun rights back.
Yeah, so this is 2001,
Yes.
so.
Yeah. So, I mean,
Yes, the case was
confusion.
the case was in the six.
Says on your rap sheet, same thing you just read.
Right.
And then it goes on to say, all your rights are restored in citizenship, all of your rights. What it says.
All rights includes guns, is the way I understood it.
It has another sentence that says, if you've been convicted of a misdemeanor crime which involved domestic violence, this letter does not restore your right to own or possess a firearm. Well, you hadn't been. So it tells me
Correct. I haven't done that.
That you do have a right to. So I'm
yes, sir. See, that's the way I was on. That's the way I was told. And like I said, everything has been fine. And like I said, I've worked with the police department up here, just kind of off and on to helping them do stuff. They know all my situation. I mean, they know everything. And I'm clean. I have nothing. And even before all this, before I come to y'all, I got people up here that I know at the state police department in Arkansas, the police department in Bradley County, Arkansas, and game wardens. I've had them run all my stuff. They cannot find nothing on paper saying I'm a convicted felon. All I'm going off of is this woman at the state of Arkansas at the Capitol is saying. She's saying the law has changed, in which my attorney, Joe Moore, he said, yes, sir, the laws have changed.
I don't think there's any more for debate on the issue. I think we are prepared.
That's right.
Mrs. Stapleton.
Okay, Mr. Lovell, I'm going to vote today for you to have a pardon with restoration of firearms.
Mr. Prater.
Same, I concur.
Mr. Freeman.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Tillis.
I concur.
And I also concur. So, Mr. Lovell, on behalf of, on your behalf, we're going to make the recommendation to the Louisiana governor for a pardon with full restoration of firearms. Good luck to you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you very much.
So much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Burchett.
You're welcome, sir.
See, they always
Good afternoon, sir. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and current mailing address. You're on mute still? Yeah, there you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, my name is DARRYL BYRD. My current mailing address is 23016 McGee Drive, Lakeview, Alabama, 35111.
All right, sir. I'm glad you got to join us. You just barely made it at glad you called in. So you're here this afternoon before the pardon board. Do you have your YouTube on?
Wireless color. Ma'am, I didn't hear you.
Is your YouTube on? Is it still up and running?
Yes, ma'am. Everything's still all right. They can see you.
Yeah, but I'm getting a little bit of feedback. You need to disconnect from the YouTube channel. No, we're good? All right, you're here seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Washington Parish, January of 2003 to an 18-month hard labor term for simple burglary. Have an April 2003 sentence also in Washington Parish to 7 years hard labor, and 6 years of that was suspended. That was for forgery.
Correct.
All right, we're getting some feedback from something that's in the room where you're at. I don't know. So maybe figure that out.
I have the Wi-Fi box and everything. I'm actually at my store right now, but I have the Wi-Fi and everything up in here, but it's no the YouTube TV running in a restaurant. That's probably what it is.
I'm not hearing it now. So can you find a place where you can just be stationary so we can talk to you?
Yes, ma'am. I'm finna come outside.
All right. Get settled. We'll did we lose him? You went too far. It looks like we've dropped you. I don't know if you can hear us.
I can hear you.
Hey, I think you had moved away a little too far. We lost you there.
Okay, y'all got me now?
Yeah, so tell us about your criminal activity and why are you seeking a pardon?
Reason for seeking an apartment just for my kids, just to, better myself as a whole and just move forward and get away from that past that I had. I was young and really just, dumb out there in the streets, just living a bad life when I was getting those charges and stuff. And just grew up away from that and just changed my life around. I own a business now, Northern Style Po' Boys, and, we've been running 5 years now strong. And I'm just trying to, just move forward with everything else that's in my past. Get over with it.
So you have a brick and mortar restaurant now or just the truck?
I have 2 food trucks and a brick and mortar.
Wow, good. All right. Your case this afternoon, Mr. Byrd, is assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer his questions?
How you doing?
Okay. Pretty good. How you?
Good. I read through your case. Seems like you're doing some good with your business. And it's been a while.
Yes, sir.
And you answered some questions as you made your statement, so I don't have any.
Gotcha. Tillis, why was your probation revoked?
I'm pissed dirty. I pissed dirty smoking marijuana, and he revoked my probation then.
Did you get any help for your drugs?
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, I've been clean for years now. 15 plus now.
Okay. You received any treatment back then or anything? Just kicked it on your own?
Well, just really kicked it on my own. When I got out of jail, I just never went back to it.
So just a word of advice, Mr. Byrd, the proper way to have said that would be you failed a drug test.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. It's a more respectful way to say it.
Okay.
I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis will be voting. I'm sorry. Mr. Craig.
Mr. Byrd?
Yes, sir.
you want restoration of gun rights, correct?
I didn't hear that. Say that again.
You're wanting a pardon with restoration of gun rights?
I'm not sure what the restoration done rights are.
Okay. Do you want the ability to carry a firearm?
Yes, I would say yes. I mean, that's not nothing I need, but I mean, yes.
Well, if that's the case, I was just going to ask you about your arrest to illegal discharge of a weapon in the year 2000. I just wanted to know about that.
Christmas. I think that was New Year's Eve. Me and a friend of mine shooting guns in the air, and got pulled over for that.
Okay. Okay. I'm just making sure you wasn't shooting at somebody.
No, sir.
Okay.
All right, I don't see any other questions, Mr. Byrd. I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Kelly?
Yes, my vote is to grant with restoration of firearms.
I will vote to grant with restoration.
I concur, grant with restoration.
I concur, Grant.
And I also concur, Mr. Byrd. I want to congratulate you on your successful success.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate y'all.
So on your behalf, sir, we're going to make a recommendation that you be granted pardon for restoration of firearms to the governor. Good luck.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, yes, sir. That concludes our business.